One's probably not gonna be so good, honestly. For some fucked up reason. Anyway.
Resident Evil.
Okay, so we got 9 Requiem, The Bride, as well as Scream 7.
Sorry.
So,
Should be around here.
I guess it had screenings in Los Angeles, but not outside of that. Maybe New York, definitely not nationwide. So there were no advanced screenings where I live, which is a huge red flag. And there I was, being a walking cliche, noticing the red flag, but still going, I'm gonna look past that, because this could still be fun. So Scream 7 is the 7th installment in the Scream franchise, the concluding chapter of the new Scream trilogy, wrapping up the arc of Melissa Guerrera's character. Oh no, she was fired. Alright, so Nev Campbell returns as Sidney Prescott. This is unofficial Scream 5-ish, I guess. Ghostface killings start up again because Ghostface has returned. Someone else has donned the mask. Ghostface is now coming after Sidney Prescott's daughter. Here we go. The 7th installment in the franchise in which violence may vary, but generally speaking, there hasn't been a bad installment. So I've said in the past being before today. From the get-go, I mean, after the Chico show, that is.
true, there hasn't been a bad installment.
The whole
There hasn't.
through the window thing, a throwback, but this was nostalgia based to the next level. The boyfriend starts spouting out, well, again, it's scat dialogue, but less than Scream 1 dialogue. He even plays the same cover of Don't Fear the Reaper that plays in Scream 1. It felt like a Scream parody, almost like I was watching a stab movie, not a Scream movie. Maybe it's just this scene. We still looking past the red flags here. Thing is, the nostalgia bait never really stops. Now, this is written and directed by Kevin Williamson, who wrote Scream 1, 2, and 4. But Wes Craven directed those movies. This movie is written and directed
Can't do
by
that.
the original writer of Scream. I can't help but see that it wasn't Wes Craven with Kevin Williamson that made magic there. It was Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson as a team that made the magic. And it's real
Do that.
because none of it feels original. I mean, it's the 7th installment. It probably won't. I mean, Nev Campbell coming back. It's kind of a lot. I love Nev Campbell.
Indeed.
Scream movie. She's an absolute scream queen. The thing is, though, we've seen this kind of dynamic before. Not entirely, but this multi-generation element to Sidney Prescott and new young high school Scream kids. It feels like Dine Store Scream 4 with less memorable characters. The biggest bummer is the girl who plays her daughter, Isabel May. It's in 1883. And I thought she was great in 1883. But in this movie, she has no real development at all. Scream 7 has a choice. Character development or nostalgia. It takes nostalgia bait every time. Flesh out the daughter's character, or you can have her find Sydney's old leather jacket from her college days from Scream 2 in the attic, and that'll kind of be a moment. It just is ridiculous. It happens so much in this movie. And the whole thing revolves around the hypothesis, this isn't a spoiler because it dropped on you actually in the first line of the film. If you're listening to what the people are talking about as they're driving up to the house at the beginning of the movie, that's what they're talking about. Is Schumacher alive? Could he possibly still be out there? Because not only is the movie leaning on Scream nostalgia and Scream references in the
Smile.
past, but it's also leaning on Matthew Lillard love nostalgia. If you look past that, if you look under the hood, there's nothing else keeping this film afloat. Really doesn't give Neve Campbell much to do either. I mean, she's in this movie because, well, she's the icon. But why is this happening again? The film, from the beginning to the end, never gives a good answer. Oh, that's right, because there was a trilogy planned, and you fired your lead, and now you don't have a third film of this new trilogy, and the studio needs the third film of the new trilogy. So they brought Kevin Williamson in to make shit up. What we have is 90s horror schlock in all the bad ways. Scream 4 at least felt the slasher hug of Scream, but in a way that was like, hey, the band got back together. And the tropes of horror have changed, so you know there's something there. There's a hook for Scream. Scream 7 is definitely a studio needs something, so it's
I'm so sorry.
I was going to say it's Kevin Williamson writing it. It feels more like AI wrote it and put Kevin Williamson's name on it. Jason Gooding and Jasmine Savoy Brown are in the film, and it was good to see them for sure. I never thought the characters from Scream 5 and 6 would be the ones to come into Scream 7 for me to be like, oh, thank God you're here. But after the movie, when you start unpacking it, again, you run into damn it, how and why are you here? Why do you have these jobs? Did you ever show an interest in being reporters? I expected Scream 7 to make me reflect on Scream 5 and 6 differently. Like, I'd look at them and be like, alright, so I can just ignore 5 and 6 and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 7? Because that story arc didn't really go anywhere. Fizzled out, but it made me appreciate Scream 5 and 6 for feeling more inspired. The Ghostface killings were really savage. Melissa Barrera's character and what they were doing there was an interesting angle, and it made me reflect on Scream 3 differently and appreciate that more. Scream 3 was the bottom of the Scream films for me. That would be past tense. Stay with me on this. Scream 3 also kind of felt like a stab in the nose, but it feels designed to be that. Leans into that purposefully. You can have fun with Scream 3. Scream 7 is schlock, but accidentally so. And at least Scream 3 was attempting to wrap up a trilogy, wrap up the storyline. Scream 7 is here because something had to happen.
It's just here.
This is the epitome of movie that doesn't justify itself. There's no character development, no character attachment. They're all just flesh sacks waiting to get killed. In fact, it does Sidney Prescott a big injustice. The fact that she's not strapped 24/7. She hasn't done it with cars. She hasn't done it
Thinking about your mom.
He's a kiss ass and shot that DJ over there.
What happened with the missus?
Get it working. Get it going.
Oh man, she was pissed. She forgave me in the end.
Ghostface will do anything and everything but hit Ghostface.
Yep.
Well, you didn't have to talk to this. There were cool moments, like, you know, seeing the trailer with Ghostface stabbing through the wall, but the moment leading up to that doesn't make sense, because there's a panic room they go into to be safe from Ghostface. They're like, hey, let's get out of the panic room and go through the wall. It's all just action and reaction. It makes no sense whatsoever. This is the bottom tier Scream film, absolutely my least favorite, without a doubt. That's improper. Allow me to rephrase, because least favorite doesn't quite cut it. Scream 7 is bad. In every other Scream film, I can find enjoyment in it. It ranges from great to fun. What I say? Yeah, Scream 3 with alcohol. Sure, makes sense. Alcohol's not going to help you in Scream 7. Unless you drink enough to get the entire thing, in which you don't do that. That's not helpful. I don't count this among the Scream films at all. We've had far better Ghostface killings, Ghostface intrigue, Ghostface reveals. The Ghostface reveal itself ranges from stupid to absolutely obvious. The Scream 6 Ghostface killer reveal, I thought was good. It holds Scream 6 on the whole back for me. Scream 7 is next level. It will infamously go down in history as the worst or most forgettable if fans choose to recognize it or this movie at all. Most horror franchises have that chapter that sticks out like a sore thumb, in which during your binge, skipping it ranges from preferred to required. Scream 7 is that. In any real way I could possibly explain, whether it be the fact that this movie feels like it was written either in a weekend or while they were filming.
He's right. He's out of line, but he's right.
after that
The
clash,
Rise of
since I thought this
Skywalker.
would be fun, instead I walked away with a couple of fun moments, but mostly regret. And it is dog shit. Granted, it probably hurts a bit more because I'm such a huge Scream fan. If you're like, yeah, Scream's fun and all, you don't really care, you're all watch it, you might hate it less. I use the term hate it less because, I mean, you're not gonna, this isn't going to be the one you love. If you've never loved a Scream film before, you're not going to be like, you know, but that Scream 7 spoke to me. Alright, so Scream 7, have you seen it? What did you think about it? Whatever you think, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you see here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
Shit.
He's right, it was me.
Scream 7. I can't. We now know enough. Just from the way you said the title of the film, we know it's coming from these two characters. Okay, all right. So, directed by Kevin Williamson from a script by Guy Busick, from a story by James Vanderbilt. So I have to do some setup here because there's really no other way of doing this. So, seventh installment in the Scream series, starring Neve Campbell, who wasn't in the previous one because the offer that they made her, she felt, was not consistent with the value that she brings to the franchise. So she was not there. Now she held out. Now she's back. So both the previous Scream reboots, 5 and 6, one of which was confusingly titled Scream.
Yep. Scream 5, yep.
Directed by Matt Bettinelli.
It's that reboot shit that they do, that reboot shit. And they usually fuck the original name, the original title, like it's supposed to be a reboot. Scary Movie's gonna do the same thing in Scary Movie 6, but you know.
And Tyler Gillette. So what they did was they refocused the franchise onto this new group of so-called the core 4 characters, which was Melissa Barrera, Jenna Ortega.
Give me 1 second, let me do some adjustments. Alright, let's see. Never mind.
Jasmine Savoy Brown, and Mason Gooding as Zach Carpenter, Tara Carpenter, and during the premiere of Scream 6, the co-director said, you know, we want to be watching Scream movies whether we're involved or not for the rest of our lives. I don't, but you know, everyone was very keen that this franchise was going to keep on going. However, those directors jumped ship in August 2023, apparently due to scheduling conflict. They were doing out together. Then, Christopher Landon, who left ship in August 2023, apparently due to scheduling conflict.
Scheduling. Oh, I'm gonna change. I keep changing the output because I'm not sure which one's the best one. So we go with Aces here. What are we gonna do with that?
Stepped in. Then, directors jumped ship in August 2023, apparently due to scheduling conflict because they were doing Afghan.
Mom, wait!
Then,
Chris.
Christopher Landon played Happy Death Day. I think that's
I'm coming!
Then in November,
Chris,
I'm sorry
hurry.
this is so industrial, but there really isn't any other way of explaining
Keep moving.
it. In November, Melissa Barrera, one of the core 4, was dropped from the new film by producers for comments that she made regarding the war in Gaza,
Grace, come
which
on.
they claimed had crossed the line into it was suggested wasn't it crossed the line into anti-Semitism, which was strongly pushed back. It was then announced that Jenna Ortega, another of the core four, wasn't doing the movie either. They said it was scheduling conflict. She later said the Melissa stuff was happening, it was all kind of falling apart. If Scream 7 wasn't going to be with a team of directors and those people that I fell in love with, it didn't seem like the right move for my career.
Otherwise, she said, "Fuck it."
Just got the core two. At which point, Christopher
Makes sense.
Landon, who had been brought in to replace the original directors, he goes too, saying that this is no longer the film that he signed on to do. So then they go back to Kevin Williamson, who put most of the script, and the previous directing experience included making Teaching Mrs. Sick, which is not a film that you will remember because very few people do remember. He stepped in to direct the bulk of that film. And since they only had the core two left of the new cast, they said, okay, what we need is legacy casting. Hence, we now have a film in which, alongside Jasmine Sawyer Brown and Mason Gooding, we have Ned Campbell, David Arquette, Matthew Lillard, Courtney Cox reprising their roles from previous films, and then a bunch of other people. So, new film, Ned Campbell is back, and there's a new Ghostface killer who is now targeting Sidney Prescott, that's Ned Campbell's character, her daughter, Tatum, according to the publicity, forcing Sidney to face her past and put an end to the killings once and for all. Yeah, right. It's Scream Generations. Here's a clip from the trailer. Hello? Yeah. So, I went back to watch my review of Scream 6 to remind myself it was still around. And when
Wait! What are you
doing? Is a, in quote, total scream, makes me feel I said it was awful. AI is
Get away! Get away from me!
What I said was,
Shit! Stay away!
Stop. Who people were, they were pulling people's masks off, and they were going down, recognize it, didn't know who anyone was, everyone who was dead wasn't dead anymore, running around, and I never said,
There's a certain character. There was a certain character who gets stabbed multiple times in 5, 6, and 7 and doesn't seem to die. The motherfucker immortal, man.
said it was a total scream. Never said any of those things.
Not
So
even a
firstly,
scratch.
AI, do one.
Damn.
Secondly, I don't think AI is going to get that message. No, it isn't fine. But to say last time I review of AI said that perhaps at some point
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
It's the process leading up to the film. All the artists, the directors leaving, an actor being dropped, another actor walking out, a director.
Who the fuck one's like this?
That is the story. Those are the plots we should stop anymore.
You got one.
Actually,
For some
any
reason,
summary
we're
of
gonna
the
start
screen
tank
plots,
controllers.
because there
Tank
aren't plots,
controllers.
there are just industrial notices. In the case of this, we're here again with that cast because of this torturous process of how we got from 5 and 6 to 7, and it's business as usual. So they're in jokes. It's always someone we know. There's dead characters.
Don't do anything stupid.
This time there is AI in the film instead, which is part of why I was mentioning before. There's people getting stabbed in weirdly nasty ways. I mean, it's an 18th century film, but and it's the stabby thing is stabby. Sometimes is a kind of unpleasant edge to it. There are references to lesser known Wes Craven where they bring up people under the stairs. And there's trick questions about Jason Voorhees again, and there's a discussion about Final Girls. There's a couple of sort of theatrical deaths. So there's one which is a kind of sub-Argento thing on a stage with a trapeze flying thing, and there's another thing with a beer pump which is a very clumsily set up gag. None of it's fun. None of it's gleeful. I mean, the thing with the
whoa. Hey, what the hell, lady?
Help me!
The tax will come.
Just astonished. He's screaming out. If I had any idea when I did the first console when the first Street came out,
Get Brentwood locked down.
Jack went crazy. Like he was and
Yeah,
everything I can tell you about it.
he's the one to thank for all the excitement.
This part was this one. Because every time Ghostface appears, you go, it's not Wild Bill, it's not Wild Bill. What's Nick Cotton? What's Nick Cotton? That dropping behind the jump scare was
Get out of here, now!
it was a joy for writing in order to do that, you have to be a really good director. You have to be Mario Jenkins. Kevin Williamson is not and so I'm not
Oh, fuck. Let's make this quick.
Let's talk about Scene 7. I'm not sure if you actually saw it. I am a fan of the Scream series. I think the films are fun. They're not as gory as other horror movies. It's kind of Final Girl the series, and I've watched we've had some good entries, some not as great entries. I think the best was when Wes Craven was directing and Kevin Williamson was the script. I'm sorry, that's really good. But Dev Campbell did this because of a controversy over one of the actresses from Scream 6, which was intended to be a trilogy. There were being some protests over it. Setting that aside, Dev Campbell coming back is really what made this for me. Her character, Sidney Prescott, she's now married, has a daughter, teenage daughter, who's at the same age Sidney was when the events happened in the first Scream. So we see things play out as one would expect. Ghostface returns and killing sort of anyone that doesn't have plot armor. If you're a friend of Sidney Prescott or Sidney Prescott's daughter, you're not safe. Of course, Gail Weathers returns played by Courtney Cox, and we even have like two holdover characters from Scream 6, which return helping Courtney Cox. It's a bit convoluted how they get there, and I'll say this: this movie had me for the nostalgia.
What
It's like,
bitch?
oh man,
What bitch?
Dev Campbell looks amazing. By the way, I should
She
say,
wasn't really slow,
he came to
but all
our
of a sudden
theater
that
first.
monster comes around,
The
she's all like
director,
this and shit.
writer,
But how the hell are you going like
came to the
this?
theater in Burbank to intro the film. I
Look,
shot video for members only.
that's how this nigga run.
But
One in the walls and shit.
she
I hate
really
that. So
is
I
the
do
thing
not
that
like
grounds this.
tank patrols.
Everything that they came up with,
Oh, 90s film
like
shit. Stupid.
that would have saved the day, conveniently
Lame.
came up with ways for it to not. Like, why is it that
Shut up,
Sidney Prescott
Lindsay.
doesn't have a gun within reach? It's always like somewhere else. He has a safe room, but leaves it. She leaves it to help her husband. Uh, there's like all these, played by Joel Gale, actually. He plays her husband. It's I really was there for the nostalgia, and it was clever up until the end. Ghostface reveals did like mean something. Like, oh, I never would have guessed that. And it's kind of like couldn't figure it out because people keep dying off. There's almost no one left. It was the worst Ghostface reveal in the series. I'm sorry to report. So So while the first half of the movie had me from the like, it felt like old school Scream. It felt like, they do the stab references, which are actually like Scream references.
That's the best part of the movie.
It's
Beginning.
just very, it sort of like it knows what it's trying to do. Even Matthew Lillard returns as Stu Macher. He's back, and you're like, is it Stu? Could it be someone with deep fake? Like what's going on? There's really good mystery box stuff until the end. I really didn't like the last half of the movie just lost me. Unfortunately, it's also too long. It's like over 2 hours. Um, just under 2 hours. Should have been shorter. So I don't know. If you're a fan of the series, I will say you'll probably have fun in the first half, but the second half left me disappointed. The main thing being the worst Ghostface reveal in all the movies. I'm sorry to say, it just what they could have, like, they even had like a clever way for Matthew Lillard Stu to come back that makes sense. And they even have, you've got like Dewey, David Arquette. There's like cameos here, and they come up with ways for them to come back that make sense. It's not just a flashback, which is easy. I'm disappointed, but I can't deny I had a good time for the first half of the film, and then it got tired. So, a fair recommend for me, but only if you are already a Scream fan. Let's go to comments. By the way, what's the celebrity appearance? I didn't write that. I mean, wasn't that the same they take it? Yeah, they do, but it wasn't. There's a standalone sequence at the beginning I didn't recognize. Probably someone new. They're probably. Nothing beats the first. Yeah, but also let me go back. I'm going back. We're not gonna go to comments. I'm gonna keep talking. Those reveals meant something. Mm-hmm. There was a big connection. It was shocking. That's why I'm saying the ghost face reveal, which I will not say, and obviously no spoilers, but it's disappointing because it's not meaningful like it was in previous movies where you're like, wait, what? And there's a really convoluted reason that you've got this person, that is doing all this. Anyways, it's a fair recommend only if you're a Scream fan, and a not recommend if you're not a big fan.
Smooth.
Rob.
Probably check this out. See it real quick. Oh, that means it sucks. That means he don't like it. This means anytime he brings Stone Cold Steve Austin, he does not like it. Tell you that right now. He doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ, Sydney.
Sydney, he's doing the voice.
Scream 7 was a mega whole piece of fudge. Oh, man. Check this out. It's pretty fantastic. Scream came out like a year after I graduated. And it's pretty much the it's kind of like this. And, I'm gonna tell you, as a fan, I was really a fan of the gunshots sounded real good. The knife and the stabs sounded real strong. Like a shoink of bullets. This movie revolved around and yeah, so we had that. It's kind of that new, where you're seeing some good stuff, but there's, you're really not sure about it type of thing. I know my power bill knows about it, and I don't want to pay for these AI stations that they're setting up around the country. Now, the movie was actually really good. Up until 3/4 of the movie. At the 3/4 point, something went off the rails for me, pacing wise. The story, something got, it started to get stupid, and more stupid, and more stupid, and the ending kill. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you serious? That was a couple of good kills. But it's also stupid stuff. Like there's two people that got back to back, and it took them out for the whole movie. Please see it again. And you don't buy into it. Like that took them down, like out for the count. Like that's it. There was a kill in there where you didn't think it was good. You're like, yeah. There was a kill in there that no human being on earth could probably do, except for Brian Shaw.
I don't like shit like that make it so fucking hard to
That was
really
strong
think.
then, but there's no way.
I like shit like that, bro.
There's no way either. Let's just say there are several cases in this movie. Okay? And there is no way that anyone
Quit stumbling around, you goddamn fucking bitch! Get out the fucking door! Quit stumbling! That's all she's fucking doing is fucking falling down every 5 fucking seconds.
It's a Jason kill. Yeah. So this movie follows Sydney and her daughter and her husband. And of course, another ghost wants to kill her or to torture her for her.
There's no excuse.
We care for quite a few long-term patients here,
okay, that's really
all undergoing experimental therapies developed by Dr. Gideon.
And you know, it it had some funny points.
This gay ass
The acting
bullshit
was
for
good for
this.
the most part. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I like the sound effects and everything, and the kills are pretty cool. But it's that 3/4 of the way in, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. Okay? It's around the time when an office is mentioned. An office is, you know what I mean, being used. And from there, like around that time on, maybe a bar or office scene. From there, it gets worse and worse and worse. And the whole time I was watching
Experimental
the movie,
therapies.
I was like,
Yes,
you
it's
know, I
all
got a
very
glimpse
cutting
of the
edge.
Rotten Tomatoes score.
The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet
I
it
was like,
does.
okay, well, I'll keep that in mind. You know, Rotten Tomatoes is garbage most of the time, but when a movie doesn't have controversy, they're more trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? If a movie's known to be like woke garbage, you gotta pay
Please, wait
attention
here.
because people are gonna be review bombing either way, and people are gonna be shilling. But this movie wasn't like that, so I was like, and not even know, or not known to be. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, I'm going with a fresh slate. And the whole time I'm watching this movie, I'm thinking, This is like a dream. But this is like a dream.
Nice.
Final kill happened. I was like, oh, so stupid. That was really I really was going to give it above average, but a whole full point. 2 out of 5 groups. So you post a comment down below, let me know what you think. For people that are hardcore fans of the series, it's worth taking a look at. But I would say go to a matinee if you wanted to, or wait till it comes out on stream. Like it's not a good movie. You know what I'm saying? I could see most fans saying that it was meh. You don't think it was trash, you don't think it's meh. I never need to see it again. I really wish they had brought it home in near the end, in that fourth act, or third act, whatever. But I really wish they had brought it home.
Sounds like they won't be making another one.
And I was just like, whatever. Post comments down below. Let me know what you all think. If you enjoyed my movie review, hit the like button. Scream 7 is here. Everybody's super pumped about it. There's no controversy behind the scenes. No one is protesting this movie for any sort of reason at all. Everybody's super pumped to see where this franchise goes next. Even Nev Campbell, who sat the last movie out. Now, some of you may not know this, but Nev Campbell was not in the last Scream film because the script just wasn't up to par. But this time around,
How do they all
Later,
know this
and
at the same
she's
time?
coming because this is part of her group, and it's definitely not because they're giving me $6 million and I didn't do the last one for $100,000. No, it's entirely part of the cinema. As fun as it is to gossip about the behind-the-scenes drama, how they fired Melissa Barrera from the film, how Jenna Ortega lost her for highlights that she had and how the director got fired. It's more interesting to me to just talk about the film and how it worked out. Well, I saw Scream 7 last week. I went in with an open heart, open mind, open legs, and I came out on the other
Open
side a
legs.
changed man. Was it for the better or for the worse? Well, I'm going to tell you about it in a spoiler-free review right now. Buckle the fuck up, because Nev Campbell is back, baby, and she brought with her a
Well, that went
performance
well.
for the ages. I was riveted by her performance in Scream 7, and I thought to myself, oh, there's no going up from here. This is peak, fam. No, in actuality, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to throw the truth bomb, and some people are going to be pissed. They're going to come on this show and protest, and they're going to say, Coach here. I have never, ever in my life thought Sydney was a great character. I never thought,
You
yeah, this
bastard,
is
Adam,
the
you
final
bastard.
girl that I need to see 7 times, 8 times, 10 times over. No, in actuality, I find her to be just bland and a dry stick in the mud that brings almost nothing to the table. And all of those issues
That
I have
bastard
with
did
her
it again.
are magnified in the 7th
How are
installment,
things on your end?
where
I
she
just
says
hacked
off
into the
camera,
center's
this is a
network.
great script, she came
Good.
back at the right
Good.
time, but from what I've
Can you
seen,
find me the floor plan?
is a jumbled mess
I'll see
that
what I
seems
can do.
incredibly uninspired,
Well,
and
in the
her
meantime,
performance
I'll try to
feels
track
like
him down.
it's so
Keep me
lacking.
posted.
Just going
Will
through
do.
the motions at this point. She's not the only returning character. We have Courtney Cox back in the mix. Love my Cox. I love seeing Cox. I love watching Cox. Anytime I can have Cox in front of me, I'm a happy panda.
Stupid.
Subscribe. Unlike Mrs. Sydney, I actually really enjoy Gail Weathers. I think she's a fun character. She has weathered these films very well. Her last name is Weathers. It's fun. That's what it's highbrow stuff here on Adam Does Movies. Certified critic. As fun as her character can be, she's not the most pleasant to look at these days, thanks to a massive amount of plastic surgery gone wrong that may be reversed, then apparently reversed because she's getting kind of scary to look at on camera. And I'm not one to physically shame someone, but Jesus Christ. At this point, you could paint her face white, and nothing else would have to change, and she would look just like Ghostface. It's just so
Damn.
bizarre and elongated. Like Heath Ledger's Joker grabbed a knife and put a smile on that face, and it's never stopped year to year. Chilling to the bone. But this is not the Gale Weathers story. This is the Sidney Prescott Evans story. That's right, the last name got a new appendage because she's a married woman with checks notes, 3 kids. As a check fictitiously on my notes because we're only going to be seeing one in the film. This is one of those comical scripts where they don't know what to do with the other kids, so they just toss them at the grandparents right when the movie fires out. You see her, oh, hey, children and grandparents that we're never going to address again in the movie. As bland as I often find Sydney, the only character that comes close to rivaling her in this department, naturally her daughter, Tatum. They really want you to remember the name Tatum. They're going to say it so fucking much, your head will explode. Tatum! Look out, Tatum! Is that Tatum on the phone? Tatum! It was giving me flashbacks of Spike's name being yelled out at 28 years later. Spike, where's Spike at? Oh, there's a spike in the road! Ah! This young woman, Channing Tatum, was named after Sidney's best friend Tatum, played by a large-chested Rose McGowan in the first film. I'll never forget. Yeah, I guess they were just the best of friends, as
Okay,
Sidney
can't hurt
tells
to
us
pick
about
some.
45 times in this
I
film.
guess.
Hey, I don't know if you know this. I was best friends with Tatum. That's why I named her Tatum. Not because she was viciously murdered by a garage door. No, it's because I think you're great. And I love Tatum. Not because I want you to die by a garage door as well. I kind of wanted Tatum to die by a garage door. I'm not gonna lie to you, but we're spoiler free here. This movie, like a lot of modern day soft reboot sort of things, kicking off a new franchise of sorts, it's going to focus on that parent-to-child relationship. And just like every movie I've seen with this shit, they're gonna hate each other, kinda. I have pleaded to the gods for decades now that this is a fucking movie where the
Jesus.
teenage kid is not a complete brat, where they get along with the parents. It worked for Gilmore Girls. You can't make it happen. But no, not here. We have a Sidney Jr. who's trash. Oh, her name's Tatum, in case you didn't know. Tatum, our little Tate McRae, cannot go a scene without giving her mom some shit. Now, to be fair, it's not entirely the kid's fault. Nev Campbell's City does not want to find out the trauma in her life. In fact, she never talks about it. She changes the subject and just says, listen, bitch, if you want to find out about it, there's a whole series of stab movies. There's probably a graphic novel or two. There's a book I wrote. Gale Weathers will tell you anything you want to know. It's just a phone call away. Why, you asking me? She picks some of her fight scenes
God
that
damn.
Sidney won't open up to her daughter, seeing as all of that stuff is at her fingertips. Wouldn't it be good to come from the mom's mouth? I mentioned she has a new last name. She's married to Joel McHale's top character. I love Joel McHale. He's hilarious in Community. I cannot take him serious in anything ever. So watching him here try to be this stoic father cop type, not working at all. But shall be mentioned regardless. There is the new hot teenage group that's going to be coming and going. You're not sure who to trust. You're not sure who's good and bad. That stuff's all fine and dandy. We already have it in, a couple films when we try to reboot this shit. But then we also have Chad and Mindy, fan favorites. They're back. Everybody loves Chad and Mindy. I mean, I get it, but they're fine. They're oddly goofy and comically these characters. They're far zanier in this one than they were in the past movies. It's a little off-putting, honestly, how much they're just like, oh, well, that just
Oh, what the
happened.
fuck?
Wait, if you're over here, that means, uh-oh. I'm, of course, being dramatic, but I'm also not entirely off. The inclusion of these characters is entirely fan service, bringing
Bullets.
nothing to the story at all, and in fact, not only them, but several other people come and go, disappearing like Houdini without second thought. And these are at critical times where they could be of use. There's a scene so fucking funny later on where Cindy takes off on foot. She was just with her friend Dale, who has access to a car. But did Cindy just go out the door? Classic Cindy. She's incorrigible. And then nothing happens from there. This is a very serious situation. There's dire consequences at foot. And Gail never gets in the car and picks her friend's ass up. Absolutely ridiculous. And the reason for it is because the story really wants to focus on Sydney and our relationship, Tatum, her name is Tatum, and how that's going to play out over the course of this movie. And I got to tell you, it doesn't play out great. It's just so bare bones basic. Say what you will about the modern Halloween trilogy. I happen to enjoy them. I know they're very rough as these films play out, but the first one specifically I really enjoyed. And it's because Jamie Lee Curtis is a badass in the film. Laurie Strode has survived all of these years, but that trauma has stayed with her. So what does she do? She embraces the crazy. She builds a pillbox in the middle of the woods where she is going to patiently wait for that fucker to come back all these years later. Scream 7 opts to do the opposite of that, make the lead star this almost timid, fragile character. Sure, they give her a gun, and once in a while she attempts to shoot things and try to act as a badass, and it doesn't work because Beth Campbell is just a girl next door still. She doesn't have that, like grit you look for. As far as the story is concerned, there's not really a whole lot to tell. The events of New York are brought up a few times here and there. The whole movie's going to focus, though, on this butt-fuck little coffee shop town where Sydney is trying to start over and make a real life for herself. They have a beautiful large house that for some reason is half under construction. No one's ever working on this thing. I don't know what the hell's happening to that place, but dear God, I've never seen so many tarps put up in a construction zone in my life. And with the setting established, really, it's just a back and forth between the older guard and these new kids, figuring out who's responsible for the murders, watching them sort of peek. You have seen all this for 60 times. You've done it far more than me. As far as any goes, it was at least a watchable, somewhat entertaining time, though you're not laughing at the film, not with it, because holy shit, are there some really stupid moments in this one. There are some pretty awesome kills, a little bit of gore here and there goes a long way, and some of them do get pretty gory, so that was very much appreciated. As far as the self-referential humor goes that these movies have always been known for, the meta commentary, it goes very hard this time. I think it goes way
Hey,
too
this is
hard. Where
mine.
these characters are basically looking right at the audience and going, "Can you believe what's happening this time?" I have plenty of examples I really want to get into as far as the film goes, but I have to hold my tongue. I'm going to leave those for a spoiler video that I will do separately. You're going to want to subscribe to hear that, though. Rest assured, there's some fun stuff to be had. Now, you got to talk about the audience because I love a good audience, and oh boy, it never ceases to amaze me when it comes to horror films more than any other genre. How absolutely obnoxious people can be. I don't know where the entitlement comes from, but I so badly wanted to bust out my own knife at one point and take out a guy a couple rows behind me, slicing the throat and watching the blood start to
10,
pool out. This
80,
asshole
30.
could not help himself but make loud comments every 5 minutes. Oh, don't go in there! Yeah! Oh, she's dead. Don't
Mm.
answer the phone! I guess here's the bottom line. If you really love all the Scream movies, if you are so craving more Neve Campbell, you have her. You have a very basic film. It harkens back, I suppose, to those early ones, but I don't believe it has the style. I don't think it has the class. The jokes often feel forced. The commentary seems almost a little bit spiteful at times. There is one comment I have to bring up where I think Neve apologizes basically to the audience and to Paramount Studios, saying, "I should have been in New York. Wink, wink, wink. I shouldn't have held out for more money," in other words. That's just how it felt to me. And I would have to disagree with her. I didn't need to see her in New York. I don't need to see this character anymore. I do think there's plenty of life in it without some of these old dogs anymore. We can move on. They kind of did move on. We did the torch pass, but then they torched it, so now they have to go back to the well. I don't think we have to go back to the well. Ghostface is a cool character. They have a great concept. And to this movie's somewhat credit, they do manage to play off the modern era. But everything in this movie feels rushed, half-baked. There was some odd editing choices where characters are about to say something and then it hard cuts. Filmmakers may know this, folks. That's why they pay these big bucks. And that's why I just do not think Scream 7 is very good. I didn't hate it. If you love the show all the way 1 through 6. Wow, 6 is pretty bad. And yet, I still think I would
I
rather
thought
watch
6 was the
Scream
This
best.
place.
else for a while. Alright, that's all I got. Scream 7, not great. It's
What if I can't
incredibly
get out?
lame and a little bit insulting at times. Let me know if you saw it already at opening night. Please leave a comment below. Again, subscribe if you appreciate it. Like this video for some engagement. And hopefully, I see you in that spoiler video at the end of the video. Take care. See you next week.
Mm. Yeah.
Good news for Scream fans, there's a new movie out. Bad news for anyone who likes good movies, it's not a good one. It is here though. Scream 7. The discussion about watching really bad is about how discussing don't like wasting your time by watching this film. Most people don't like this movie mostly due to morbidly nauseous. I just watched it. I'm also in that camp now. I didn't find a whole lot to like about it. We're just gonna dive right in, get into the weeds. So here's your spoiler warning. The best part of this film is the first entrance scene. The scene that you see planted on the trailers, that is by far
Weird.
the best
How do
content
people
in the film.
normally get in
This
here?
film, where you have two people in a house, and it's the house. Guess what? Ghostface is there and he kills them. And it's actually creepy. It's
Oh,
also
sorry
pretty
about
funny.
this.
Like you actually care more about the two characters in that house than any of the other characters that you see in the rest of the room. They did a better job making you care about those two, connect with them, root for them than any of the other characters you see from that point forward. Every character that you meet outside of like the core characters of Sydney and Gail, and here's your big spoiler, but I'm sure most of you have probably already seen this if it got leaked before the film came out. Sue, played by Matthew Lillard, also makes an appearance in this movie. Outside of these three characters, everyone else that you meet is the biggest throwaway knuckle burger of just generic writing ever that just picks out boxes and buzzwords without ever exploring anything about these characters, and you get actually nothing. They are just meat balloons waiting to be popped by the ghost face killer. That's it. Like even Sydney's daughter Tatum, like the relationship between Sydney and Tatum is hardly explored. Like now Sydney's been over with that protective parent, Tatum kind of resents her for that, and now she's like kind of rebellious. But they never actually even really talk or connect through a shared experience to like a very basic kind of. It's just like all of a sudden like, oh, this is really fucked up stuff you've been through, and now that I've been connected to it, man, I really miss how you were so protective all these years. Okay, that was all. But like, there's never anything built up with like any of these characters and their relationships to one another. And every character that is introduced in the film, every new character, I shit you not, is here solely to be killed. You get nothing of substance with them. They get killed, and some of them are actually pretty decent. Like especially in the tavern, there's a couple moments in there. Like the tavern is a pretty silly kill, but like self-aware silly. But like the character that dies, I don't even give a fucking damn. Like they are the most. Like they have one character that, like for example, Lucas is interesting. He's obsessed with horror films and the stories that he brings up. So he those things, or is he just a obsessed weirdo guy? Then they also introduce two new characters that are working with Gale, and they're like reporters, and they're like crime and stuff, so they're investigating all this, and they're doing like a super quickly against them. Or it could be three guys. It could be maybe a look around the like who knows this could be guys, it could be Ghostface, that kind of thing, where it takes itself away, but it's very clearly written by a 60-year-old man who clearly has no idea how people actually talk, so it's just really embarrassing and weird to listen to. But anyway, like every character that gets introduced has one personality trait, and it's all they do, and that's it. You get nothing else. There's hardly interaction with them, and it's very slow, very bland, and that's just how the best part of the show was. And I feel like all of it is it's an epic kill and a sequence that isn't really particularly fun-telling. Like outside of the first 15 minutes, that ends with a kill that may be satisfying or maybe Ghostface racks up quite a kill count during the baby ratio with ballistic, and yet not a single kill felt like it mattered at all. Because also, the main character, like Tatum, forget about all of her friends. All of her friends died. They were brutally murdered. And she actually this flashback. This was a good moment out of my floor when she drops like a hard one-liner. Like, hard one-liner. Saying, how the Sydney fucking Prescott gone. Like, okay.
This looks
What about
important.
all of your friends and
Maybe.
all been murdered, like I guess. How normal I think it's important to have characters that you actually want to see survive. Otherwise, you're just watching a montage of kills and sequences that aren't exactly amazing. It's nothing else. It's nothing of substance. But anyway, though, I mentioned Matthew Lillard makes a return to this film. Kind of. This movie like actually shockingly is dog shit work. So one of the villains is AI. And the way Matthew Lillard performed the role as Stu is, you know, when you're like, oh, I'm not rated for 16, not this time. For the film, it falls like the face on the ball. It's Stu. It's Matthew Lillard as Stu. So then the question becomes, is someone deep faking this, or is it really possible? When her and Dale start investigating, and it starts to piece components together, they go to an insane asylum because one of the most famous killers, the mass during the film, Dale hitting with a car, but literally a joke moment where Dale just flattens this fucking guy. They get out and they're like, oh, so he's just particular manslaughter. Didn't expect that today. And you murder the guy, and you kill 10,000 people. You kill this guy, and I'm asking what Edwards what the fuck is that? Is this some escape the psychotic guy from the league who, I guess, was out of nowhere decided he wanted to kill the city, Prescott, and his family, and kill the daughter, kill the husband, kill everyone, and kill the so they tie it back to the insane asylum, the ward, and that's when they talk to one of the guys there who's like, oh yeah, no, that guy, he was a bad guy. He's also friends with that guy on your phone, you can show me this stuff. So now they're like, oh my god, Stu's really alive, it's John. But they also still not entirely because Tatum, her boyfriend, forgot his name, Finn, maybe Finn, just Finn or fucking Giacomo or something, I have no idea. It shows what a good job this movie did of making you actually pay attention to characters or care about them. But they said multiple times that this guy, her boyfriend, is really good with technology, so it might be him deep faking Stu because it's really unlikely Stu's still alive. And then Tatum even discovers that he was deep faking himself as Stu, and he's like, wait, no, I can explain, babe. I was just seeing if the technology was getting too far. Well, no. Turns out, it wasn't him. He was deceiving his own AI. Guys, in this
Oh, shit! What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck was that?
annoying to watch. It's so frustrating to the point it's just lazy. Like you know it's lazy when you don't care. It doesn't take up for trash. It's crazy how dumb it is. For example, like Tatum, when she's getting ganked by Ghostface and her mom's on the phone, you gotta shoot him through the wall just now so you can see the punch and it goes down. Well, she didn't like unblockade the door and goes out to try and finish the job, and then that's when she gets captured. But it's like, why did you bother doing that? You just saw shooting through the wall work. You want to finish off the scene shooting through the wall. I guess you dump the bag. Why did you go out there and put yourself in the entire constantly. Now anyway, by far the moral moments of this movie entire the last 10 minutes. Perfect minutes with the villain gives an extremely long-winded monologue because it turns out there's three ghost face killers, and you don't don't know fucking anything about any of them. They are random people. So
Oh yeah.
one of them is the guy from the asylum that got hit by the car, and it turns out he was friends with two other people in that asylum, a woman and a man. The guy I don't remember the name of, but he was like an employee there, and they befriended each other. And he loved stab, and so he plays a crucial role in here. Because half of this film is dedicated to just regurgitating everything that happened in the previous screen film, just really dropping everything that happened really into a screen film. You probably those scenes where you felt
What
okay.
the fuck does he
One,
mean,
just they do
destiny?
not shut the fuck up about it, just dropping all this nostalgia based everything, and even making a mention of, yeah, you know, if I was making a new flashback film, I would be doing a lot of nostalgia baiting. And yes, exactly what people are saying is just make it better. There's still nothing here. Like they even call it out and still do it. It's so annoying. It's not meta. It's just lazy. Anyway, though, this guy's going through like how much they love to, you know, stab everything that happened with the Prescott story, and then the other friend is Jessica, who actually is his neighbor, a family friend. And it turns out she had an abusive husband, and she
Sounds
became obsessed with killing Prescott through like her books and everything. And eventually worked up the courage to kill her husband, and then resented Sydney because she didn't go to New York and thought she was like, you know, weak for it, and then she became crazy and checked herself into an asylum where she met the other two, and they cooked up this plan to uh, basically make Sydney 2.0 or you know kill Sydney, that kind of thing. It was a busted conclusion where they revealed the killers. It was very, very awful. And I also think most people are going to guess that the guy at the insane asylum that they used was like a weirdo briefly, where he talked about John. I think most people will be like, yeah, that guy's probably in on it
What is this?
somehow because they made that hint obvious. But I don't think anyone will expect how stupid it is. And it turns out prior to working at that asylum, he was like a Google engineer or something with AI, which causes people to use based on his videos and Jessica's videos that they were interacting with Sydney on. It sucks, man. And also, there's a big point about you have to shoot them in the head. That's the thing that she's telling you, Tatum's daughter. Shoot them in the head. Because if you don't, they're like zombies. They always survive. And that happens actually frequently that way. Of them getting shot everywhere but the head, and then they just disappear and they're still alive. So they act like they are mentally zombies. What's up? The movie's better. Like I said, the first 15 minutes, I actually was very surprised that anyone was like shitting on this film. Like, this is a very solid 15 minutes. I'm really enjoying this so far. And then after that, it became very clear the big problem with this movie. All the problems became very clear. And I'm just shocked that this is a film they released, to be honest. Because Scream has always been pretty solid. I haven't really watched a Scream movie and been like, damn, that was terrible. Until this one. This one really had me go, damn, that just wasn't very good. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. Yeah. Yeah, 7 movies in. That's insane, even for a horror franchise. Admittedly, they've remained slightly consistent. So is Scream 7 warranted? Excuse me. Hello? Like, so Kevin Williamson directed this film. He's the writer of the original Scream. He co-wrote this movie. You've got obviously the return of several fan favorites, aka main characters. Why they're fan favorites. We have Campbell, Courtney Cox, and of course Deb was in Scream 5, wasn't present for Scream 6, which they reference in this film. Courtney Cox was like a regular for these movies now, but obviously those two on screen together within these lead roles along with Sydney's daughter, Tatum. Kind of know where that name comes from. Isabel May plays Tatum. Selma Dale has a prominent role. They just got to return of some other characters who felt like they tried to squeeze in at the last second, like Mason Gooding and company, to where the rewrites, and this is where I'm going to start, we'll dive into the plot here in a second, are very evident, and if you don't know, we moved on from Elizabeth Harrington or Tatum to the characters in the last 2 movies. Admittedly, I was a fan of those storylines, so I look at this thinking there is a gaping hole here to where you're kind of wondering why they're not
Store assignments.
maybe are here. And so obviously, what happened behind the scenes, whatever your opinion may be, we're going to separate that from this review because unfortunately, the story has moved on. It just has its own kind of separate entity, even though it includes characters from all realms of the Scream universe in a way that almost feels very Avengers Endgame. When a character franchise is thinking of attempting to replicate that kind of success, where you bring all of these really cool things, these fan favorite moments, some would call it fan service, your cameos, whatever it may be, and you insert it to get people excited, to get fans their blood pumping as they're watching the movie. And I will say, watching this at the early fan screening, 30 minutes earlier than the regular season, got my money first. The audience was very individual. They were reacting in a similar-ish way. Obviously, not as excited to the likes of watching No Way Home on screen and seeing Toby and Andrew show up. People were really pumped. And I'm not saying the moments we get are as big as that. I'm just saying sometimes there are nods and lines and line delivery that will get people fired up and occasionally overlook the flaws of said film. Now, admittedly, I do think Scream 7 delivers on plenty of what it was trying to do. It's the same type of formulaic story, except this time we start out at the OG house. The house kind of gets turned into a museum of sorts. The props and the phone call, the books. But the way this movie starts out is on a very bloody and intense note. That was really cool. I liked the opening scene quite a bit. Admittedly, Matt Tyler's direction for the prior two films felt kind of slick and new, just to look at the feel of that. It did go back a little bit to the old school, not entirely, but look, feel, the score had some of those similar notes, and it felt very almost late 90s, early 2000s coded in certain ways, which was interesting, but to an extent was really appealing to it. Then you've got Nick Cannon returning to screen as our titular, our title hero. She gets a phone call, whatever. But there's still this part of her. She's locking the door. She's got security cameras doing everything she can to protect her daughter, while even getting her ready for the crime in case something happens down the road. She doesn't want her to have anything to do with that, or her own life, or doing things in the past. Of course, she knows all of this about her mother because of the movies and the books, but Sydney ain't saying nothing. So you start to get into the kills. Some of them generic, but admittedly, there are a few moments here, kind of scaling around inside of their home. There's a moment at a bar that was extremely cool. One kill that I won't even say what it is. I'm like, I have never seen in a horror movie before. So that was interesting. But the plot, as I was watching and kind of digesting what was going on, admittedly, there are probably more culprits here than I expected. And of course, you have the breaking fourth wall of, oh, we know exactly. Well, I mean, at one point, Nathan Fillion character, like, I'm not going there. I don't want to get stabbed tonight. Like, all of these things, because it's a very meta type of experience, as every Scream movie has been. And I kept thinking to myself, I think they're just running out of things to do that feel original. Nothing about this movie feels original. And you have these new added moments in this movie where technology is playing a role. Admittedly, some of the moments are great, like when one character is trying to direct another character using security cam footage on where to go and what to do, while you've got somebody trying to step. That was great. I really enjoyed that. Then there are other things, like one of our characters receiving a FaceTime call from someone who's trying to feel ominous and creepy, and the performance is good. But the way that they go about the FaceTime call, just kind of stepping back from the camera, and then it doesn't really look like it's an actual. And there's a reason why it looks so funny, but there's also this thing that felt very like I don't know cheesy. How serious it's taking itself in that moment, even though this movie does play on a lot of things. It felt like the videos you see when you're getting on a ride at Disney World. It was just obviously those two actors are not talking to each other. It's not a FaceTime call. This was pre-recorded, and they're adding. But it just felt very poorly put together in that way. And I felt that way about Scream 7 in this film, where something is spelled out or told to us beforehand to think one way, but I sit back going, obviously it's not going to play out like that. And those are opportunities for the film to almost take advantage of and try to be creative in a way that doesn't feel totally predictable. Now, once you get to the third act, admittedly, there are some great moments with characters. The whole town is locked down.
This
There's a
might be
curfew,
useful.
right? And so when people are running and screaming, nobody is there to help. Like all of those little moments in Scream 7 are great. And I like the added detail to allow us to really feel some of these kills and the intensity of our characters running from coast to coast, which was awesome, right? But there are other times, especially in the third act, when we start to get some of these reveals, and then inevitably the big one at the end, which is kind of spoiler. All of the Scream movies have the big reveal, so you're going to know who Ghostface was. Unsatisfying. I mean, that's the one part of the film where I look back on, like, if they really nailed the final reveal, I could have predicted some of these other films flaws and I'd be a little frustrated as I was watching. I was still somewhat entertained, and I do think the OG cast, if they're giving good performances, I think there were more things for Courtney Cox to do, and inevitably she didn't get a chance to do it. At one point, she just like really silly returns at the very end. I'm like, okay, but I just felt the final reveal was so disappointing. Not necessarily because I sort of saw it coming to a degree. It's more so how they built it up or
Perfect
how they
fit.
did not build it
Yes,
up.
I
And
need two more.
it's as far as I'm going to go when it's not a spoiler review. I was just so disappointed with how they handled that final kill that's supposed to, or that final, moment that's supposed to mean so much. And you get some fun from that reveal, but the sequence itself is just like, oh. And it feels like with every passing sequel, the big sequence at the end gets less and less. And it doesn't knock my socks off. It doesn't suck in the last minute. It feels like every single kill just gets worse and worse. So, when a film ends off on that note, you're inevitably going to walk out a bit disappointed. I'm not this hardcore Scream fan that was freaking out with the crowd, but admittedly, I did enjoy some of the shoehorned nods to the director's cut. I mean, what can I say? Sometimes I like to see life. But it's just, you have this thing at the end that just felt tacked on and shoehorned, almost like they didn't know what to do with it. And it's so unfortunate because this movie, in the first two acts, it does get a lot right. I would love to like on this video, share if that would be awesome. Leave a comment. Anyone that's a channel member, they just implemented voice replies to your all's comments. So if you're a channel member, I want to see that reply to your all's comments. That's good. Man, Street 7 is so strong, but eventually it's going to get bad if I do. Just of course, Mark did a fantastic kill. I think it's undermined by his constant reframing of familiar plot points and an ending that might go down as the least effective kill in the franchise. Yeah, Nick Campbell's great. The mother-daughter dynamic carries. George Lane himself gets back to tattooing towards the end. It felt a little choppy, but I will say that one kill in the bar, again, pretty freaking cool. Thanks for watching. More reviews this weekend. We're talking SAG, PGA. It's almost Oscar time. What is up, guys? Welcome to my Scream 7 review. And yes, this is the horror movie of 2026 that is going to be an absolute nightmare for stuff online. So get ready. If you don't happen to keep up with the Netflix news online, you might not be aware that Scream 7 has been absolutely surrounded with backlash and controversy in the last couple of weeks. All I want to say in regard to the controversy is that I am in full support of Neve Campbell and the massive Super Prescott fan for her sticking to her guns in the last film, deciding not to show up, even though it felt like it was purely out of desperation. I'm glad that they did go back to her and give her the money to see her complete this film. And I am also in full support of Melissa Rivera, and my way of supporting her has been going out and watching, supporting, and promoting everything that she has done since. You're not going to find a bigger Abigail fan than me, and I really need to dig them up. And I say all that stuff because I simply need to let you know definitively that I am not walking into this movie or this review with any bias whatsoever. I am not here to shit on this film out of support of Melissa Barrera. I am not here to overly praise this film in support of Neve Campbell. I'm just a fan of these movies that walked in hoping to see a solid, if not great, Scream film. And I was happy. That was all I hoped for. That was all that I wanted. With that being said, I can't lie. I have had a ton of skepticism about this movie. Not just because of all the behind the scenes complicated and summertime. But once they actually got full steam ahead of production of this film, to me, all they were doing was being desperate to dodge away the negative themes from the Scream
What the fuck? Give me a fucking break.
On top of the numbers so far for Friday night and Thursday night, it's nothing. So the Scream 7, a return to form, has completed its
Oh,
strength this
fuck.
run, and we're in a very healthy place for the future of this franchise, where with all the writing on the wall for this one, and Scream 7 was a very disappointing ending. Unfortunately, I've got to tell you, the writing is on the wall with this one. Pretty much all of my fears in the production of this film came to fruition upon its product. And not only is this what I would easily call the worst of this franchise, it's probably the only one that I'm going to have to give a negative review just so that. Now, starting on the positive, there are plenty of things to like in this film. Despite me being negative on it, being very disappointed, there's still a lot of fun to be had here too. I think the death handle, it's his first year as Commander Gray, seeing him in the place of White as a mother, it's a little bit different flavor for Beth Bennett's character, seeing her more desperate than less to protect angle. I think that her chemistry on screen with Isabel May, who plays her daughter Tatum, is pretty solid. You know, having a mother-daughter dynamic be the main narrative through line, the main character driven piece of this film, I think works more than it doesn't. And just talking specifically about Isabel May, I think she does pretty good as well. I think she's going to return to be a mainstay for this franchise going forward in maybe many more films that I can possibly go into. And she's suitable. She's somebody that even when they started to shift the focus more to her and kind of put Sydney more in the background in the future, which I doubt is going to be possible in the last film, she's good enough in the role and the character's got enough meat on the bone where I think she could carry it for a couple weeks. Now, Kevin Williamson is our director here, and he is the guy who created this franchise. He was the writer of the original film. He also wrote Scream 2 and Scream 4. Now, previous to this, I believe Film 3 he had directed The Future Witch's Candle, which is an okay film, but certainly not a classic. And I had a bit of cautious optimism with him jumping into this film. Unfortunately, something horrendous about that, given the death of Wes Craven, him stepping in and kind of taking the reins as one of the original creators of the series. But he hasn't even proven himself to be able to direct it yet. And even more skeptical of the fact that he is not the writer of this film. Mentioned in screenwriting, he got a co-writing credit, but he is directing somebody else's script. So I always found it strange to think that somebody who was known entirely for his creative writing, not write the film, but direct the film. Despite that skepticism, I think he actually shows some growth as a director. I think he does a really good job at staging some suspenseful sequences. I think that there's a really cool element here where he kind of shoots Ghostface in a way where it's almost ghost-like, very Michael Myers inspired, as you're in the background, you get like a one block bulb that just kind of lightly blurs his face and lets you know he's there in the shadows and not enough to really know where he's at. I thought that was a cool extra element we haven't seen before. And the movie is a tight, pretty fast-paced movie. So as a director, he's certainly not up to par with like Wes Craven yet. Maybe he'll get there one day, but I was pretty surprised how well he did as a director. I also really enjoyed the opening sequence. Now, there's certain beats in the Scream formula that you really have to nail and deliver on to give us a good Scream film. One of them is the opening sequence where you got the Ghostface reveals and the kills and the metacopy. Those are like the four main pieces of the pie. And I think that the opening sequence is a piece of the pie that did the best. I thought it was creative. I thought it was very entertaining, and it was fun while also being very tense and suspenseful. You get a couple of really good kills in there, and to me, it kicked the movie off where it really perked me up. Where I was like, okay, this is pretty fucking solid so far. Maybe we're into some good shit. And finally, I can't lie. Despite a lot of my issues with this film and the fact that it is very much a unrated Scream there's still a lot of fun to be had with that Scream animated devices show. There's still a lot of fun to be had with Ghostface starring all with the rules and the way that they're going to how the spin, what's going on as far as the motive of the killer, and how it relates to the main character. A lot of fun to be had with just watching Ned Campbell run away from Ghostface and fuck them up one by one. It still works. I don't think it's going to work very well past this film. I think now there's going to be a fucking line, but it still works to me on the mix, and this is mixed positive. I almost think it's positive. It hits. Now, one of the main things that I've said all throughout my stream coverage is that the movie is the genius of, or the imprint opportunity, I'll say, of the Scream franchise is that there's not a whole lot of creative here. They're mostly very simple stabs and slow slashes and things like that. As a slasher fan, if carnage can be gore, admittedly, I like seeing very creative ways to dismember people. And we've got some spooky movies that are very bloody and very gory, but I've never really felt the creative side of things. Now you do get some of that here. You do see these creative kills. You get Ghostface taking things out of his grave with arms and stabbing and slashing them that I thought was very cool. One of them in particular, the first kill of the entire movie, I was like, whoa, that's fucking cool. How has nobody done that before? Where it comes into the mix side of things is despite there being a creative push there, there is a bit of a silly tone all in. It's very over the top, much more so than other screen films, which are very over the top. There's a little bit of CGI involved in one of them, and so it wasn't a complete knock-off. I like that direction. I think that now they have decided that maybe we'll let you go from future a little bit. More creative kills. Maybe you had something that was like a little secret weapon that you had that you weren't interested in the weapon. Maybe so. But I mean, are really silly. It takes me out of that enjoyment. But before we move on to my negatives, the best way to keep Ghostface off your trail is to prevent all of your personal information from continuously being leaked online. Mark yesterday's video, really hot. Here's the scary reality. Your personal information is everywhere online, which unfortunately means that you are a very easy target for scammers and bad boys. Because why are we worrying enough how much of our personal information gets leaked online or exposed in multiple data breaches? The fact is, all of our info is not just all zero pieces. Incognito tracks down and removes the most immature website on the entire internet that has gone through everything and is exposing your personal information online. And it's all done in 2 steps. Just create an account, authorize Incognito to contact these data brokers and websites on your behalf, and then sit back and watch them do all the heavy lifting for you. All of it a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. Take back your personal data with Incognito. Use code CODELEAK to make you so much at least off that 90-day trial buy that feels to keep yourself off of the net. It did not exactly feel in line with the rest of the show. I can't exactly put my finger on it. Shooting rewrites. I don't know if it was just the new direction of Kevin Williamson. I really don't know, but this thing just felt off. Like I would borderline say it almost felt like a parody of Scream at times. The way that it was shot to it, the way that some of the characters behaved, even some of the legacy characters, there's just something that doesn't quite gel together the way that but one of the main things that I can tell you, somewhat of what I'm talking about here, is that there's a very
Of course it gets up.
now they try to write it in for fuck off for trying to set the tone. There's no discernibility. You got Dale and Lynn providing flicks that show up almost like cartoon characters in the second half, and then they're just completely absent in the third act for no discernible reason. There's also an AI angle that they go for in this movie, which I don't want to say too much because I don't think it really gets away from the marketing, but it's their way to kind of have them pay the fee of two to add some returning legacy characters that would make it really awesome once you create a mystery on whether or not they're actually alive or dead, or if they made it to the rest of the third act reveals. And even that element just felt off to me. Like it was almost like an extreme version of the voice changer in Scream 3, where the classic Roger L. Jackson voiceover phone calls are almost entirely these games where these AI people, where instead of getting Ghostface on like a city as attacked, you get an AI feel of characters in that city, and that is but by far the biggest issue with the film was the claim that I was most that it was this was
What
actually a
was
good
that?
acting device. I don't know what specifically he could have handled and added to the rewrites, but I will tell you definitively for me that this is the worst Disney film of the entire franchise for me. Because when we go down the line of all the issues, like the desperate nostalgia play that they go for here is exactly that. It's desperate. Some of it feels like they really wish 5 and 6 didn't exist because there would have been more of a meta angle they could have taken for years. But they've already done that in the last few films, so all they needed to do was the low hanging fruit by creating scenes in the first film, by having needle drops and songs from the first film show up, by having AI characters, by having ways to like imply throughout it that the bland fear that Ghostface has and can somehow go back to the beginning, which none of those for me actually added up to anything meaningful or effective. To me, it just felt like ways that they kind of tee off with things they could put in marketing or dangle in front of people in production to try to get people excited and fill the theaters. Which, as I said, seems to be working, but it's just not paying off. And it's even to the point where some of it doesn't even feel like it actually has a point in the movie. Like I was talking about how much I really enjoyed the opening of this film, but as you go through the movie and certainly by the time the movie ends, you look back and narratively that opening feels so
42.50.
strange. It doesn't even make sense why that happened in the first place. It was only there to have an opening sequence at Chu's house, to have a visual of Ghostface burning down the monster house, like you said, burn it all to the ground, and put that on the poster. That was the narrative purpose of that sequence, and it plays zero relevance into the actual story of the movie. The way that the characters were written, I didn't really care for it either, especially with the new characters and even some of the returning legacy characters. All the new characters, with the exception of Taylor, that Candace's daughter, are complete pretend. I couldn't tell you anything about them. I couldn't tell you their name. They are possibly the most cannon fodder characters in this entire franchise. Maybe save for three, but three at least had somewhat of an appeal of them being like the star replicas of the main cast. And all of the returning characters honestly felt like the most short-changed caricature versions of themselves. Like I said earlier, it's almost like the movie was written with no knowledge of which characters were actually going to return, which actors were going to continue to support this franchise, and so they just had like blank spaces. And so you throw in Courtney Cox, you throw in the two twins from 5 and 6, and they enter the movie in a way that honestly felt like a tonal shift to the film. As I said earlier, it was almost cartoonish. I don't feel like they added anything new whatsoever. The movie, all characters seem exactly the same, which I kind of expected with the two twins. They're pretty much caricatures at this point that they use, just like the super villain that will always use the franchise characters and others in that way. And then you have Chad, who's kind of the goofy guy that goes back and forth really simply. Like they're entertaining actors. I like their characters, but they don't serve any purpose. And then Courtney Cox, especially as Gail Weathers, I feel like there's nothing left to do with this movie. I know people love Gail as a legacy character, and certainly some people think she's better than others, but aside from a little bit of a drama element that you get here that was never really effectively explored in the movie, and eventually held for the character, it's just stock Gail Weathers. And again, she's here for the story. And again, she's here
Oh,
to
this must be
try
it.
to get some new slash old direction in her career. And as I said, the third act, they're just mysteriously missing. They're just completely
I
absent from
can't
the
tell
film,
which
which
button's which.
to your point for me that any legacy
Braille.
character would have worked for that third act. It just put them in very redeemable dialogue. Even Sydney, to a much lesser degree than the other characters, just had moments that felt like they had to breathe. Not necessarily in the way Walter White and other characters did, but certainly in the way that they opened the movie. I mean, this should arguably be the most important struggle, the most important game, if you will, that she has ever played. Her actual family is with the mix. Her daughter's life is at stake. Her husband's life is at stake. And there's moments where you just don't really feel that anymore. You feel like she's more engaged, more opinionated, more interested in the relationship with than she has been in other movies. Specifically when it comes to her relationship with her husband, like we borderline have to have a little more interest in like you touched on is that the AI characters, particularly the Conan characters that are very much alive in the plot, did not buy those performances at all, and I think entirely put that on the writing. But again, because I know people that know these characters like the back of their hand, I know they absolutely know how to deliver to fans, but there were moments where it, like I said, felt like a parody of these characters. It felt like somebody got the original stories and was trying to seriously sink version of those characters to the extent that I feel like they probably have a lot of visual delivery beyond the Tony nostalgia base. I don't think it really all practical one.
What do you
But to
want
be
me to
honest,
read?
it's arguably one of the most important pieces to
Uh, there's some buttons with Braille on them. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this order? Star, star, moon, sun. Sure. Thanks. Thank you.
It says a lot of screen fans and that that is a integral piece to this franchise. Now, what I would say is that I think the organization that there is somewhat of a meta angle here. It's not in the way that you expect. It's not really commenting on the genre so much as it is
I have to keep it
commenting
together.
on the own franchise. To boil it down to its most basic version, the meta angle that Scream 7 takes is commenting on the absence of Sidney in the previous film, the absence of Nightmare in the previous film. This is very much the basic point.
We're close now.
There's no scream without Sidney. And there's been a lot of dialogue here given by Murphy that essentially says to the Sydney fans, not Scream fans. And I think there's something that actually could have been cool, but they executed it.
Here it is.
No actual consistent dialogue for what as I said earlier, I absolutely appreciate of some of us who love that introduction. I feel like the movie spent way too much time trying to describe it. Seeing Sydney's confrontation with the first person also creates a lot of suspense, creates a lot of stakes, and a lot of
Grace? I did it! Come here. I thought that thing was dead.
It's to the point where the ghost face reveal segment of the third act could have saved it. It could have been enough to round off the hard edges and would have pushed this to where, despite having some linear writing, everything still holds. Overall, I still like this. They still mostly deliver. Hopefully, they'll be better at the next one. But this one just cemented how disappointing, how shoddy executed this movie was. Because when you go into the third act of the Scream film, especially, the reveals of Ghostface is like the crux of the entire experience. Some movies can absolutely survive, maybe being a little bit obvious with some of the red herrings and you having a bit of an idea of who the Ghostface killer is. I had that experience with the fifth one, still really enjoyed that one, less so the sixth film. But this one, you walk into the third act where the masks come off and you're like, yep, okay, do that, let's move on. But when that character started talking, starts giving their little Scooby-Doo monologue about the reason why they're going after Sydney and the reason why we're experiencing the last 90 minutes of events, holy fuck, who wrote that shit? Not only is it an absolutely lame motivation that is bafflingly stupid, but it is so convoluted and so like terribly written as far as dialogue that it's almost incomprehensible what the fuck this character is even saying. Like you're sitting here going like, after they get done with the whole monologue, you almost want Sydney to be like self-aware and be like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, what? Why are you here? I'm so fucking confused. Like I am on record.
Glad that FBI agent got away.
Of the Ghostface reveal in Scream 6.
FBI?
I think that movie up to the
Yeah.
last 20 minutes was what I was talking about this week. I highly enjoyed that movie, and it went off a fucking cliff as soon as those masks came out. I, like a lot of people online, you've seen memes for the last week saying it will never be as bad as that. Ghostface reveals will never be as bad or worse than those three characters in the previous film. Well, Scream 7 said, motherfucker, hold my beer. And that's the point to me that I honestly, I just can't forgive. I cannot justify, I cannot even give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, okay, writing a movie, executing a movie is difficult. We all know that, we can acknowledge that. But how the fuck? Especially when the guy running the ship is the creator of this franchise and the writer of three of what I would say the best movies in the franchise. And look at that final act and say, yep, that's good enough. And now absolutely demand a rerun. I don't know how the fuck this third act is going to go back up to that. It's that bad for me. And the ultimate shame of all of this is that despite how much I love Ned Campbell and love the Sidney Prescott character, and despite the fact that this movie's entire point and
Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What?
I don't know. And I intend to find out.
Despite all of that, the quality of this movie affirms all of my reservations for years of pitching the wagon to Sidney Prescott, which is that all of the tension, all of the stakes, and all of the now just such like this that it's just going to be a baseline, arguably generic execution of the Scream template with the same characters going against Ghostface, trying to find some stupid reason for Ghostface to come back, and then by the third act, the masks come off, and there's some silly ass reveal, and Sydney's the villain. Say what you will about 5 and 6, and it's a movie with flaws and stuff, but I really love the
Felt that one, huh? Hope I'm not next. sorry, but I'm not on the menu.
Well, that's it for this one, guys. If you enjoyed that, please click over here to the playlist for all of my other videos. I'm also going to all the horror franchises that you are seeing on my list. Like, share, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss everything here in the future. And as always, remember, opinions are like assholes, but they never mean you got to. So this, to be honest, because Scream has always been pretty solid. I haven't really watched a Scream movie and been like, damn, no. I just got out of Scream 7. You think you can spoil it for you? Review, but first a message to the boycott trolls for this movie. You want spoiled the movie for me, and I want you to know that I fucking loved Scream 7. Scream 7 stars Nev Campbell, Courtney Cox, Annabelle May, and is directed by Jeff Lee. What's up, guys? Welcome to a brand new 2026 video for movie. No, we're going to review a brand new Scream movie trailer. I can't tell you because definitely this movie. I don't want to and report on it like I was. So I just want to give you the broad strokes here. I will definitely tell you what I liked about it, and maybe a couple things that were lacking. But yeah, this was a very pleasant surprise, as you can tell from the intro of this video. And also, let me specify when I say boycotting, because I don't mean the boycotters that are mature and actually, stand for a cause that they believe in. You have that right, but they don't go out of their way to try to act like fucking 5-year-olds and spoil the movie for people.
This
Okay,
place
this
is
isn't
infested.
directed at mature boycott. This is directed at children, idiots. That's what this is directed at. So anyway, let's give you a quick plot synopsis on Scream 7. Cindy Prescott is back. She's actually sort of in hiding,
His
but
office should be
you know
upstairs.
what? She's just moving on with her life. She's putting her past behind her, and really a big reason of it is because of her family. Now, if you kind of wanted to poke holes at this, yeah, we knew that Cindy had children in Scream 5, but outside of that, like, if you date this back to like Scream 4 in 2011, I sort of was doing the math in my head, like, Tatum is 17 years old in this movie, but Scream 4, she wasn't even born yet, as far as we know. So the age is a little bit of a discrepancy there. If you know better than I, let me know down in the comments. But that's not a big deal. You can still kind of buy it and go along for the ride. But Tatum, her daughter, there's definitely a strain between the two of them because yeah, of course, Tatum knows the story because of the stab movies, but she can't get real with her mother. Cindy wants to protect her daughter. She doesn't want to, have a heart to heart with her about what really happened throughout all of these movies. And so that just causes a big rift between the two, but it really plays into what eventually happens in the last act. Really, this is a story about Tatum just trying to connect with her mother and eventually Sydney waking up and helping Tatum to be her own person and maybe being strong. That's really the anchor of this movie. Sydney is married. Her husband is played by Joel McHale, and of course Courtney Cox is back playing Gail. I will say this, and this is just a first impression, but I think Gail has one of the best scenes that Gail has ever had in this entire franchise. I won't tell exactly what the scene is, but the crowd simply roared when the scene happened. In these last two movies, Scream 5 and 6, Gail more felt like she was taking a backseat to everything that was going on. She did have a big scene appearance, but in this movie, I think Gail definitely I'm not gonna say it's the best, Sydney portrayal of all of the movies, but it's definitely one of the best. Especially when you compare it to like what she was doing in Scream 5. again, it's more of like a background character. It's not really like one big scene. It's kind of like in this movie, this is Sydney's movie. The
What a
entire
fucking
thing from start to
shame.
finish. So I tell you, people that love Sydney Prescott and worship Sydney Prescott, I don't think like fully love this movie. Like it's really shiny throughout the whole thing. You get those badass scenes where she really gets into play. You get how smart she is, how talented she is, and I really love her relationship with Gage. I love his relationship. It was the thing that I wanted to see grow, and I was enjoying the performance by April May. I've never seen her in anything before, but they pulled off the May pretty well. I will say this: they were so
Every
poorly
single time.
in another movie with Tatum. I would be fine with just a movie with Tatum. Now let's talk about Ghostface. Ghostface, I really enjoyed Ghostface. I think I
One
said it
thing after
as
another.
far as his without until the Ghostface movie. Smooth and graphic, bold, really fun, almost like Ghostface style movie. As fun as it goes. You weren't proud to enjoy but actually, I think the biggest thing that I love about this movie is that as Sydney said, in a way, I think this movie does take risks in that it doesn't depend on the whole meta approach that sometimes get callbacks to other horror movies like we see in a lot of these, especially like Scream 4 maybe even first, and that's not a knock on it because it does sometimes. I thought it was very important to take a let's just do a straight up slasher. You
Well,
know, let's almost go the
that's my
A24
cardio for the
style,
week.
the good part where it's just Sidney Prescott against Ghostface, and we don't need all that nostalgia baggage that we have from so many other horror movies. If Scream Seven does anything, it stands alone as that movie, just a straight up slasher movie that doesn't depend on all that other stuff. All that stuff, it's in the other movies. So I like that this one was different in that way. This was more of a Sidney Prescott movie. You do have Chad and Mindy back here, and Mindy sort of plays that role again, kind of telling the rules. I won't spoil anything, but she does sort of mention about what the point of this particular story is. And I guess she's focusing more on the final girl aspect. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Now, obviously, there's so much that I can't tell, and I can't wait to get into the spoiler review. I'm not going to talk about, Stu and Matthew Lillard. We know that Matthew Lillard is in this movie, but I think it's just better me not saying anything. Okay, I won't even tell you if I like or dislike anything having to do with Matthew Lillard. All right, because I want you guys to just go in this and enjoy it for yourself. Now, as far as any cons, I don't think it's a perfect movie at all, and I do think it starts off kind of rough, and I did get a little worried probably within the first like 20 minutes, but then once the movie starts really to get going, it never lets up. It gets bloodier, it gets more fast paced, and I think it gets more fun. Some of the complaints I've seen about this movie is the first two thirds are good, and then the last act is not so good. I
Why
disagree.
is this
I
under the
actually had a
hospital?
blast with the last act of this movie. We will get more into that in the spoiler review, and I'll talk about who the killer or killers are, but I'm not going to talk about that in this movie. But I'll just say this: this ain't gonna be like the final act of Scream One and Scream Two. All right, I'll say that, but I still enjoyed it quite a bit. And like I said at the in the intro of the video, yeah, I was spoiled on this movie, like I was with Scream Six,
Is
but
that
I didn't know
Emily?
the context of any of it. So as I was watching this movie, it was fun watching it all unfold, and I just really enjoyed it for the story and really for Sydney. So you guys can tell I'm tiptoeing around so much in this review, but I think you get an idea. I really enjoyed this movie quite a bit. I think as of right now, it's in my number three or my number four favorite Scream movie. It's definitely better than five and six in my opinion. But I do understand the negative feedback that it is getting by some groups because some Scream fans they just want a certain thing out of a Scream movie, and this movie might not please everyone. All right, but it definitely pleases me. So I'm gonna give this movie a three. Had a great time with Scream 7. Went in with the lowest expectations. I honestly didn't think I would like found this quite refreshing. I will say that right now. Had a small town vibe to it, which was really cool. And the hard focus on scenery up top, I think, really made it just love this Boba. So, a lot of you guys have seen this movie. Let me know down in the comments what you guys thought of it. Please, please, please don't spoil the comments. Alright? Try to be mature and just, have a good discussion on stuff. But I will say to you guys, anything going into the comments because I'm sure there will be a couple of people that will try to spoil it. I'm saying that every single one you just can't really get away from it these days. Also, been putting some good content over there recently, right? And yeah, having a lot of fun with the channel. Be sure to go over to Twitter for all their videos on Friday. Friday talk about that. Down, remember, buy my coffee. You guys have so much more. Every day, run them up.
Buy Me a Coffee is, by the way, it's a website. He does not mean actually buy him a coffee like I previously thought.
Green 7, all the spoilers. Let's go. What's up, guys? Welcome to Green 7, all the spoilers. This might be a little bit of a different all the spoilers. Not looking for something, but I'm glad it is. Just because of how ugly and online this is. No matter how I feel about the movie, I went and saw the second one today. Probably my number 3, number 4 favorite Scream movie. I can say that, wholeheartedly. But the reason it seems like once this marketing campaign ramps up, online discourse is really out of hand, and people get a lot of over a movie, nothing more. Okay, and it's just strange, like I can't watch a Scream movie now without it being spoiled. And I'm not even complaining about that. I like those
64 years.
movies quite a bit. The thing I'm complaining about is that even after the movie comes out, get so much negativity. And the movie's breaking records, opening with over 65 million, something like that domestically, over 200 million worldwide. And I'll even go ahead and say, like, Anna Kim posted on, she reposted something and then she quickly took it back. But originally she posted the boycott, the critics hate, and the ridiculous leak didn't work. What worked was the public leaving their homes and making movies at the cinema. Nothing offensive about that post whatsoever. Yeah, it's a flex. That's all it is. But she didn't swear in that. She didn't say anything against social protesters. So I reposted that before I knew that she took it down, but I don't apologize for anything. Of course, when I reposted it, I got a ton of people. I blocked a lot of people coming at me after I reposted it. Somebody called me bald. I take offense to it. Like, am I bald? But yeah,
No.
and that's why I said I'm just kind of glad this is over. I'll still buy Scream 7 when it comes out, happily add it to my collection, watch it constantly. But in times when Scream is not coming, it's hard to watch. Okay?
That's two.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's just a movie. And it's just sad the times we live in. Like, this stuff would not have occurred
People are stupid. They want to do.
before social media. But social media gives everybody a platform, including myself.
I'd rather be
And
lazy
I'll
than
admit,
protest about shit
I
that makes
probably
sense.
make it. But I don't draw first blood, okay? When you come after me before I even see a movie and you go out of your way, and I'm not talking about one person, I'm talking about probably, at least a dozen, not being funny, okay? Probably at least 10 persons. and there are they feel like I don't know if it's because maybe Melissa Barrera or and I have no ill will towards Melissa. Okay, I like her. I think she's got other things. But I want to enjoy a movie, and I feel like I can't because of the negative energy around the movie. And I feel sad because I want to see a really nice movie, and I like it. Her being employed. And that's not me lying just for the sake of going against the boycotters. No, if I didn't like the movie, okay, I didn't like the movie. I didn't really care for street fight scenes that much. They're still fun movies, but and this one felt like to me felt like those first two. Which, by the
That's
way,
when you're
I
making
went through and
progress.
watched all of the movies leading up to
What?
this movie,
When she follows you
and
and tell me
I
where it
did
is, that's a
absolutely
sign
love
that you're making progress.
season one. We got
Because she wouldn't do that unless.
those are really fun. Three movies, but I still maintain that this is a very consistent franchise. It is a really fun franchise. There's not
Yeah.
a bad movie in the bunch, Justin. I can have a blast with all of them.
Shut up,
So we've got all our
Lindsay.
personalities for our game review.
Hey,
And guys, just saying
yeah.
I really love this movie doesn't mean it's perfect. The final act is far from perfect. Okay, it's ridiculous. I will definitely admit that. But you know what? Let's not get bad about it. Let's talk about the final act first. Okay, we're not going to go to the final act of the movie. Let's get to what we really want to talk about, right? The final act of this movie. Anna Camp is really the main, I guess, the leader of this killing spree. All right, her name is Jessica. She happens to be his neighbor. I can't really say because I viewed the killer for him the first time, but I did take my wife to see this movie today. She didn't know who the killer was. She said after she watched the movie, she pretty much called the killer immediately, just because the first time you meet Stephen Embry, he just really jumps out like a flag. And then the other actor is called Carl because Carl, which was a really cool thing by the way, he actually killed a Ghostface killer in the middle of the movie. Gail coming in, having one of the most iconic Gail weather scenes out of the entire franchise. You know, just obliterating Ghostface. I was really afraid that he was going to get up and leave, even though he just got hit by a fucking car. But no, they unmasked him. He's dead. One thing I liked about this movie too, it had far less plot armor than Assassin's Creed 6. In this movie, I felt like if somebody got stabbed in the chest 18 times, they would die. Okay? Um, Sydney's husband, yeah, he probably wouldn't be dead, but he does get stabbed far less times. You know, a believable amount. You know, I guess the equal amount as Nugent, like Dewey. Dewey gets stabbed far less. Okay, but back to Anna Camp playing Jessica. Look, guys, yeah, this is as ridiculous and as silly as the movie's final act. I will admit that. But I will to defend this final act. This is not the first time this Scream has went into full on Scooby Doo land. It's pretty much as far back as Scream 4 we've been doing this stuff. You know, the killers, we don't really care the motive. At this point, do we really even care about the motive? What we care about is Ghostface and the killer. And I think this movie was top notch in terms of Ghostface, not the but Ghostface. Just the Ghostface are her kill scene, how she like gets stabbed multiple times and then bleeding out and get the visual scene. Gory stuff, sure. So when you
Barely
watch
made
these
it.
Scream movies, yeah, the final act is gonna be everything after Scream 3 is going to be safe, okay? But with that's a few, but to me, the final act is really entertaining. You know, reimagining the scenes knows the movie. And the movie itself, which I thought was a really striking ending. You know, if anything, just having to go through the that situation where actually at the end we have she's going her she's going to Sydney like fanatic after reading this book. And she takes it personally when Sydney sits this one out for June 6th. Which, by the way, that was a cool part about this movie is how they constantly acknowledge June 6th and Sydney not being there and how that was actually a precaution for this movie. I thought that was pretty cool and pretty respectful to June 6th. For every, like, I guess, villain that's always like that, the killer has to, Carl always started it there. But even in the you agree, I think Candy was mostly bland. Loved the other Candy. He was a fan of Jeffrey Lewis from Henry Robb and the Lethal Blues movie. Maybe I don't know if that was intentional, but again, he was in that film. So that was the first piece for the final act. To me, I could take it or leave it, just like the other final act. Is it the worst killer reveal? Maybe, but was it still entertaining? Heavily. Especially when Sydney and her daughter fully unload on Jesse, shooting her in the face repeatedly. The crowd went nuts during that. And it was sort of a payoff there because Sydney's daughter Tatum finally gets her courage, so to speak, able to stand up and help her mother out.
The smell.
And ultimately, guys, that's what I loved about this movie so much. It's finally what Sydney Prescott's doing. I love the setting, her small
If it was
town,
a movie,
watching the
what
girls
you talking about?
struggle.
It's always a movie. The first one.
Was fully Sydney Prescott's story starts to finish. You know, it had that slow down before. She's sort of out of her element, sort of almost a background character. And this one, no, this is definitely her story. And I really enjoyed her relationship with Tatum. Those nice tender moments about her relationship with her best friend Tatum from the first movie. A lot of nice callbacks to the first movie. By the way, the biggest door in this movie I thought was refreshing because the original three movies, I thought the sort of did repetitive Marco the Flying story. They even used it like in H2O. There was less of that and more of like a modern take on the story in this movie. Sound design in this movie really cool stuff. No Christian work. I put it on casting. I'm glad I did this stuff out because that's another element that was kind of fun to work on. But even if you step it back, I actually love this movie. And I think the three of them together make for a great trio, which I think is my biggest studio order this been made. And I found it a lot more challenging than this part. This movie that I kind of get disillusioned at times with the rules and whatnot. They actually poke fun at her with the rules and getting involved, which is kind of fun. But I really enjoyed it. And it's because I think I wanted at least one of them to die from the movie. After seeing this movie, the context of it, seeing their relationship there, I'm glad they both lived. And I look forward to them in the movie. So now let's talk about about this movie. And I will admit, on the first watch, it was but paying attention to I found it quite hilarious at times, actually.
Oh my god. Frozen. Oh god, I really don't want to go in there.
And I think maybe it was sort of a happy medium because even the practical effects again, sort of everybody. In regards to being alive, we did have this in the final act. maybe not. I don't know, but I think from a script standpoint, they're trying to show and I guess I'm fine with it. Yes, I would love to see a nice story but it never comes back to that. But yeah, guys, I think that's about all I can cover on this segment because I think yeah, I will say, man, the action was good, and I do think
Stay
there
calm,
was
Grace.
I saw it is a very small and as yeah, element of the movie, then yeah, go for it. But yeah, this it got ugly. Even at John Hammond said this is like one of the worst movies. And that, something about this movie rubbed him really, really
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Process.
Scream 7's been out for a day or two now, and people are absolutely loving it from a fan side of things. So I'm sorry.
It is almost complete. Processing complete.
But overall, a very missed opportunity to do something pretty special. You got Nev Campbell back as Sydney. You have Gail here for the seventh time. She just doesn't leave. Gail's always around. Hopping out of a manhole cover like she's in the bathtub. It's the hat.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God. Last one. Then if we can get out of this
I put on a review the other day. Not a fan. Not a fan of this one. Overall, I really enjoyed the franchise. I'm
Oh, I got in my mouth.
very well, and then 6 is a mess for sure. 6 has some good ideas as well, but overall, not great. Seven, unfortunately, has a snore factory with uninspired performances, and the sequel fails to have comprehensive so, strap in. We're going spoilers, baby. Here's the spoiler recap from Scream 7. As a marked out installed away, you wouldn't mind watching the movie try. Take your Kentucky knife, stabby that thing so you don't really creep you think about you in the future. I would appreciate it. I always like to leave a little note ahead of each recap to let you know the movie's very fresh in theaters. I'd give my thoughts as they flow. So this is like a buddy talking about the film on the side a day ago. I don't have a bunch of notes. I occasionally will look up the name of a character because I don't know jack shit. I feel like I'm on my own half the time. With that out of the way, let's get into it. We open with a young couple staying at an Airbnb themed after the Snap franchise, and this is all taking place within the iconic Skinwalker home. I actually enjoyed this intro to the movie. There's some solid kills here. You got your boyfriend, girlfriend flirting with each other. They check out the different rooms in the house, pointing out items and the one notable thing I enjoyed about this was the family talking about the extensive ghost face in the corner. The boyfriend playing a hand over it. It's kind of herky-jerky following along. It'll go back to this Halloween decoration later, but the face is going to be moving first week. Yeah, that's I don't know how much sneakily moving out of the room and taking the place without anybody hearing and seeing the girlfriend right when they move over and seeing in her highlights everything going on in the situation. But that doesn't matter. Ghostface has already broken around and he's doing a bunch of silly things.
Hold on tight. I'm scared. Why is it so loud? Oh, it's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just spitting you down. Stay away!
The rest of the movie took place. From there, we're now going to be what is essentially Stars Hollow from Gilmore Girls, this butt little town
Oh,
running.
Grace?
She has really made a little name for herself.
Are you hurt?
She's married to the guy
I'm
who's
okay.
the Golden Wheel.
That's
He's a
good.
cop. He's
Good,
never
Emily.
taken seriously, even though he's very funny in serious roles. I just can't help but laugh at the guy. And even though Susie has 3 kids, 2 of them are shipped off to the grandparents because the script had no idea what to do with them. Instead, we're just going to focus on her teenage daughter, Tatum. I pointed this out in my other review, but Tatum is going to be said 500 times in this movie. They say Tatum about as many times as the main characters in the last film were stabbed and then survived. It kind of would have been funny if this movie early on mentioned the characters from the other film and how they did it. They died later from stab wounds, which would make sense, leading to internal bleeding and whatnot. But no, there's just a couple offhand remarks about the story. Otherwise, we don't know.
What's going on?
They have no chemistry at all. Stab movies chronicling the events of Sydney. Plus, there's the book she wrote. Weathers is in the picture here and there to fill in any sort of questions
Hey,
you might
Emily.
have. Yeah, it's odd. And there were some people people I
Do
know
you maybe want
defended
to
this decision.
leave
Made
with
Sydney
me?
so timid and tried to hide from the
It's not
past and
safe
not
here.
allow her daughter to have any sort of a skill set to fight off any
Okay.
potential Ghostface by saying,
Good.
Sydney's a survivor. That is
That's
a
good.
fine excuse if it happened once or twice to the woman, but she's been in fucking 5 of these prior to this one. She is well past the victim stage. She's a full-blown murderer, and she should be a lot more of a badass at this point. Since we once again have to start pretty much completely over on this franchise, we have to introduce new characters, really get the setting down, the husband, the daughter, the friends. The friends are an interesting bunch.
Shift
Two of them were the
trailer.
last Ghostbusters Afterlife film. One of them was in Madam Web. The other was in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Not a great track record of films. This is another one for them to maybe leave off the resume. They also bring nothing to the table outside of McKenna Grace having a very cool death scene. Tatum has a boyfriend who's supposedly straight. He's the gayest straight guy I've ever seen. He looks like a budget Zac Efron. Sydney is happily married to Joel McHale's character Mark, the cop. They live in a beautiful, lovely home that looks to be a third under construction. There's a large movie this place that is boarded up. There are
I don't
tarps
know.
everywhere. I've never seen so many tarps in my life. And this will act as sort of a kill box later on. We'll get to that hilarity. We'll get to all the hilarity. The only other new character I can recall being in Sydney's life is Anna Camp's character Jessica. She's a very bubbly friend who shows up a couple times to give sage advice about how to parent. And I was thinking to myself, it's a possibility this bitch could be the killer. And then I thought, no, that would be really, really lame for Scream 7, bringing back Sydney, and then just having some random fan of hers be the killer. There's no way they're going to do that. Anyway, let's keep going. The first big kill from our ghost face happens, I want to say, 25, 30 minutes into this movie, where Tatum is going to go with her friends to a play rehearsal. We see McKenna Grace dressed up as a fairy or some shit. She's hanging by a couple wires, and we got the numbnuts off camera moving her up and down to practice. As an aside, the director of the play is Jonah from Heat. It was nice to see him in this movie. I like Jonah, he's very fun. He's useless in this film. After some technical difficulties with the rehearsal, McKenna Grace wants to stay back and work on her lips and her drops for a little bit before things go silent. She looks off camera, her buddy's gone, and oh shit, Ghostface is here. He activates the machine that moves her back and forth. I don't know if that's the thing he can do, but he figured out how to do it. So she's like, no, running into shit. As she makes her way back, Ghostface is like, swiping at her, shaking a little off the arm, kind of it off the old kneecap. Uncle Buck, anybody? Uncle Buck? And then eventually, he slices across her beautifully toned stomach, and all the innards fall down in a pile on the ground. That's amazing. Now, because there's a lot going on in this movie, I am actually unclear as to what the hell events happen in what order. I'm not sure if this is the point Sidney Prescott is already informed that Ghostface is going to be at the play. I think she is. Alright, so while this is going on, Sidney gets a call on the phone from the coffee shop she's working at. Yeah, she's a coffee shop owner and barista, as I imagine we all thought her life would play out. And a familiar face greets her on the phone. The man, the myth, the legend, Stewbacker's back, baby! Matthew Lillard back from the dead, reprising his role for this film. Matthew Lillard also in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 with McKenna Grace. All these fucking people are just in the same couple movies. This is wild stuff. I saw Matthew Lillard and immediately said, "Wait, don't Stu, it's Matthew Lillard." Of course. Stu says he's abiding his time and he's ready for revenge. Everything's gonna burn down. Starting with her daughter Tatum. This instantly throws her into Mama Bear mode. She gets in the car, drives over to the school, informs her husband that Ghostface is here. She gets into the theater, pulls out her trusty Glock, and completely misses Ghostface. Stu didn't even know she was over
I
there.
can't leave
Yes,
Emily
she was
behind.
shocked. Now we can look for our final girl. Final woman. I mean, most of them are final
I
grandmas
can't
at
leave
this
Emily
point.
behind.
Jamie Lee Curtis, Sigourney Weaver, how old is Neve Campbell? Yeah, I suppose Neve Campbell, she's 52. I mean, she still looks great. She's aged like fine wine. After not thwarting Ghostface, they head back to their house where her husband has set up a perimeter, cops have taken the place, and she tells Ada, we're getting the hell out of Dodge. It's time to start a new life. I've seen this movie before. I know how this plays out.
Oh
Everyone
yeah.
you know is gonna die. Ada's pissed. She's like, but I have a boyfriend here. Not really concerned that one of her best friends just died. Actually, I think people die. Whatever, there's no time to cry over spilled milk. She wants to say goodbye at least to her closeted boyfriend.
Finally.
After the cops spend 5
We
seconds
made it.
sweeping the place and not checking
We
the
did it.
attic, they walk out. And guess who's hiding in the attic?
Emily?
Yeah, it's
Are you alright?
Ghostface. He's up there. Or she was up there.
Emily?
We'll find out if it's a girl
I
or
don't
boy,
know.
or both, or neither. Maybe it was
Oh,
AI
let's
the
just...
whole time. Anyway, let's keep going.
We need to keep
Ghostface
moving, okay?
pops down
Emily?
silently, must have wrestling shoes on, from the
Oh my
attic,
God.
skulks around the rooms. Not a very good hire, though.
Hey!
Quickly, the family realizes he's in the house. A little hand-to-hand takes place. Mikhail does his best, gets off a good right hook, but Ghostface eventually throws his ass down the stairs and then chases after the two gals, who run into a fucking panic room they have in the house.
Please,
Fuck,
just let it
that
be in here.
actually makes sense. I watched this movie with my buddy. I turned to him and I said, "Holy shit, are we changing things up this time? Are we gonna do a good old fashioned Jodie Foster panic room, where the rest of the film Ghostface has to figure out how to get in? Maybe he picks up Joel McHale, starts stabbing him in the stomach if they don't come out. Like, there's a lot of potential. No, they're gonna leave it immediately. The first thing they do when they go in the panic room is she says, all right, there's a secret exit around the back. What? What? I'm not sure if City Council is aware or not, but these panic
Who?
rooms for you to hide inside with no equipment in. And typically with a panic room, like typically I mean every time, there is a button you push, an emergency goes out to the cops, or there's a phone in there you can dial out. I guess she did not get that in the package. Alright, so we've got the panic room set up, impenetrable by man. We have the phone package in there. We have I don't want that. I'm sorry. We don't want what? Phone? Yeah, no. I know. No. Instead of a phone, would you make it so that there's an emergency exit, and in order to get to it, we have to side shuffle on a ledge like we're in a Tomb Raider video game? That would be ideal. Why would edge like we're in a Tomb Raider video game? That would be ideal. Why would you want to wait? You want to shuffle between the 2x4 framework of your house instead of us making a tunnel or a hallway for you to walk down? Yeah, I think that would be ideal. That way, if I'm in a movie, the killer can take a knife and stab it through the walls at us and potentially slice our stomachs out. Wow. Okay, option-wise, we'll see what we can do. And guess what? That's what they do. This is a cool, fun scene to watch, but it's surrounded by such nonsense. It's really hard to appreciate it because you have the girls slowly creeping by, you have the killers on the other side. Whoosh, whoosh. He even gets a fire
What the
poker at
hell?
one point. Whoosh, whoosh. Starts stabbing him through. She gets cut up on the arm a little bit. It's all right. It's an all right scene. Yeah, the rap concerts. The ladies do eventually make it out and get around the side, and that's where they're going to meet up with the husband again. My God, I'm so lost as to when this happens. I think this is the part already where Ghostface gets ran over like he's that poor kid in Halloween 2. Gale, out of nowhere, shot out of a fucking cannon, rolls over this dude. She made a wild assumption that he was the killer and not just some kid dressed up to mess with them. But yeah, she runs his ass over. And out pops her two proteges, Mindy Lee Spartan and her brother Chad.
Yes,
Chad,
Gino.
we got him. We got him in this one. I don't know if this is the person that likes these two, but that might be a good reason to jump.
A self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff please evacuate. Has been initiated. Unlocking disposal tunnels. All personnel dispose of specimens and evacuate immediately.
and stupid. But before that happens, the town has to be put on lockdown. Cops are
Self-destruct protocol has been initiated. Unlocking disposal tanks.
There is no property trust.
All personnel dispose of specimens and evacuate immediately.
Find out what these guys are about, why we went after the family. We always know there's more behind those kids. Meanwhile, the police are going to
Oh, shit, shit, shit! Why does this shit keep happening?
Gets the hell out of it. Who the fuck is taking a video on their laptop in their car and then
Okay.
sending it to the middle?
I'm coming, Emily.
This is such
Oh.
a stupid way to get her away from him. But not as stupid as how they get Sydney away from Gail. Sydney has decided she needs to drop out. Gail takes her to the local news station. They fire up the cameras. Jeff gives a little sad spiel about how he wants to protect her family and he should stop being a coward. But then finds out he's already going after her daughter at the local bar. She attempts to contact her husband, but she's starting to get her right. Because earlier in the day, I think it was like at 9 or 10 in the morning, maybe even earlier, he hears a noise out in the garage. He heads inside. There's all these parts again everywhere. And he notices the toolbox has fallen to the ground. Must have been the wind, he thinks. He slowly picks them up, shuts the garage door. When Ghostface peekaboos his ass, surprise, motherfucker, wraps him in a tarp.
Sherry, Grace is still here.
The FBI agent.
Yeah. Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to this somehow.
Is she okay?
No. But I've got it covered.
I don't know if this is a run. I honestly don't know what the hell happened there. So instead of turning around going back in, she decides in her infinite wisdom to start this big giant push. So she's like jogging all the way through town. Data! Data! Hey, Julian! Oh, hey, it's me. Are you okay? Mommy's on her way on foot because I'm a dumbass. Turn around and go get the keys and tell Gail to drive you. Data on foot, now being chased by Ghostface. She runs around and shoots with her head cut off before heading to their local county town. Picks the code, gets inside, locks it behind her. Everything's safe. No. Goes to the code somehow. It's like Harry is a gun. It's a gun. You're not going to get quite the effect that you usually get when you fire off a gun.
Hit.
Sounds perfect. And then you scream real loud. It goes down a couple times in the bass, like,
It must be time for me to see this.
it's all bullshit. What I find funny about this whole thing is that it how overused now, which makes no sense. If you're going to show them like this purely, wouldn't you be presenting them as being they were? I don't understand beating up after killer. If it's to try and keep it safe, then why would you beat them all the other people in your life? The game has been given away at that point. It's fucking so bizarre.
Next.
I don't like how it is for example. I don't like the find anyway, this movie closed out it's a love story behind fair outside for our victim.
Hit. Hang in there, Grace. All right. Excuse me.
Stay with me.
in on this. Time to clear off the rest.
Was stabbed almost to death. He's rushed away via an ambulance. You're not going to speed off after him? Yeah, maybe we should sit down for a nice little powwow. And then they eventually say, let's go get your dad, as they slowly saunter down the drive. We're best friends now. We killed someone together. That's how you get closer to the kids. Gail eventually shows up one more time with those jug heads from New York. They're fine. They just have some stab wounds. Nothing irreparable. And yeah, I guess we'll see more of the misadventures.
There's got to be a way to get to the.
Scream 9 and Scream 10 or however many more they run this franchise into the ground for. And there you have it. What a disappointing
There's got to be a way to get to the
advanced
surface.
of your legacy character, Sidney Prescott, just being done from the film. I saw freaking basic performance. Why? He does nothing in this film outside of look slightly concerned once in a while. There's nothing great about this performance. And here's the hard truth, fam. Sidney Prescott
I'm
is
sorry, I know it hurts.
remember previous reviews and emotional
I'm so sorry.
along with the fucking film. This was wrong a long time ago. The fact that he brought it back now, he made a whole bunch of money opening weekend, is going to give all the wrong signs to the studio. They're going to double down. They're going to do another Ghostbusters, Afterlife, New Garbage, Frozen Tundra, or whatever that stupid thing is called, Frozen Empire. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more Prescott in the future. Alright, let me know your thoughts on this movie. That's the recap as far as I can remember. I'm sure I glossed over some important things, but it really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, this is a massive disappointment. I went in with no expectations. I was actually very excited because I thought they were going to do something different with this one. I thought maybe they were going to push some envelopes, but no. This was the safest lame crap they could have come up with. And it's a shame. Let me know in the comments if you think it's something you still have to get screen. Like the video, hate it, or whatever the hell AI fucking app delivers. Like,
There has to be a way to kill that thing.
I'll see you next time. Take care. Thank you guys for watching this video. I appreciate making this ending almost as much as I do the Patreon supporters. You can find at patreon.com/. There, if you think
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
Plus, how can keep you motivated to keep this content flowing? And I would really appreciate
Alright, let's shift the perspective a little bit. I think we did enough Scream 7.
Her opinion and argument invalid, by the way. And he responded hilariously, saying, "Speak human language, you insect." Seriously, if you think you can attack gaming legends, especially using retarded Twitter GIFs, then go fuck yourself. And the same thing happened here, where some pronouns in bio, fake fan of comic books and Resident Evil attacked him, saying that, "I know you give harsh replies to people, but there's no need to be racist or homophobic." He responds again, calling them an insect because that's what they deserve. When was he ever homophobic or racist? You're just making shit up. People like that are just the most pathetic sacks of shit, and when you meet one of these bastards in real life, they usually just cry into your face and do nothing. So take all your accusations and insults and send them back to your gay buddies on Reddit. Resident Evil is the original games. All of these people are fake fans. They have no love for Resident Evil. And you can take all of your bullshit and throw back to whatever woke fucking retarded shit you want to believe. So feel free for anything I said in this video, and you're looking forward to this new game and have no time for a bitch has a problem, I laugh in your face. Go fuck yourself.
Why is it so...
Yeah, I'm playing it right now, and it's great. Let's get into 2 reviews though.
Hey, get the verdict, baby. Get the verdict. Check this out.
stiff?
Freaking arrest me.
2 to go.
I discovered muscles in which that I didn't previously know I had. Hours later, I was no longer holding my breath, but holding my fist. As I did it, it sounds like it was tickling. See?
Damn. Like the man.
And for more advocates,
Damn.
acts like it was tickling. See?
Damn. Like the man.
Stay back. Why won't it stop?
Grills.
Damn.
Grills.
Well, like a felon.
Yes, I about things more gloriously.
Damn. It's everybody. Getting infected with everybody, man. With whatever that is.
To Resident Evil Requiem initially focuses on a young FBI agent. In this case,
What the fuck?
And stuck around. Yeah.
Oh no.
style level in what was called the call network.
Give me a break.
Said flop.
Power has been successfully restored.
But it's Bryce who is the stand.
For all you men out there, and you know I found out that you can have several midlife crises. Crises. I've had 3. I've had 3. I actually had them all before I met Scarlett. Like all before I got with Scarlett, which was around 2018. I have.
Resident Evil characters have
I should open the hatch. I need to hurry.
quality that's injected a large dose of universal gore. But for my money, this experienced FBI agent is by far the most relevant series has ever had. Her evolution from being perpetually on the brink of a panic attack to becoming self-assured enough to fight back made for a journey that I found as Requiem allows us to more deeply into the place of the specific story structure.
We're getting out of here. Get out of the fucking way. Come on. Open. Finally.
Slots to manage, and race moves at such a slow speed that it makes timing your careful crouch walk to avoid a crowd of zombies an exercise in great pathmaking. For the moment, Race's entrance to a station notoriously known as Hospital is a wonderfully stressful slash survival horror. There's precious little ammo to find, a miserly number of inventory slots to manage, and race moves at such a slow speed that it makes I am much more. All the while you have to puzzle through a stimulating series of body part based. I don't know about you, but the original, you can always see your character, and they didn't change it up until later. It's like, I am much more fan of games, third person, or whatever other person, where you can see the character. I like that. Yeah, so I've had people
Well, to be fair to them, you can switch it back to third person for both characters.
tell me that they like first person because they feel like they're the person. I can't feel that because I always feel like I'm in control of someone else. So, since I always feel like it, I'd rather be able to see the character. I want to see the badass that I am controlling. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, all their stuff is first person. And all his stuff is third person. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe just switch for her. But if you can switch for her, that's what I'm gonna do. We'll see. Little and elaborately locked doors, never really knowing when you're gonna turn a corner and come face to face with a grotesquely curvy golem that's urgently squeezing its way down the corridors towards you. I chose a bad time. No, thank you. I spent so much time trying to steer clear of the numerous considerable threats that on the occasions Grace was forced into a confrontation, the results really battled me. When played in the default claustrophobic first-person perspective, her gun feels genuinely small. The impact of every precious pistol shot is immense. Bullets tear the flesh off zombie faces, leaving eyeballs to dangle from their skins. And that affects the walls and persists even when you backtrack through the area later on. The gallons of gore that covers the floor isn't just there for spec. That reminds me when it came bars. Blood collector that allows her to syringe up the infected plasma pulling around zombie corpses. And combined with valuable items like bands and single-use lethal injectors. The latter can be jammed into the spine of an undead monster caught unaware, causing their entire body to swell up and explode in the most gloriously blood-soaked manner of self-killing possible. But you can also use it to effectively dispose of a body you previously. I found it to be a smart visiting, since Requiem zombies also have a terrifying tendency to reanimate and mutate when you least expect them to. Grace's quest only grows more intense as it takes her through the suffocating shadows of the hospital basement and beyond, but moving through Requiem's danger-filled surroundings at a snail's pace didn't just keep my nerves on edge, It allowed me to observe and appreciate the efforts that Capcom has put into enhancing the eerie behavior of its undead army. These are no longer the groaning, foot-dragging mouth breathers encountered during the original Outbreak. Instead, they retain traces of humanity that somehow makes them seem far more unsettling than the more animalistic werewolves in Resident Evil Village. Like the ones that idly flick light switches on and off like man, zombies. Y'all just hear that? Bunch of snow falling off my roof. Man, I'm looking for the mill. Zombies can climb.
It's like time stopped here.
If not for Umbrella, it could have just been a normal city.
Yeah. Now it's nothing but ash and memories.
Oh. What races flight is it? Watch out, dude. Shadow. The ominous sounds of silence are shattered by the roar of corrosion. Oh, good lord. As it runs back with Paula rescue mission. These are also that is come to a third person view to really show off the slaughter, and within minutes of the arrival, I
Yeah, they keep
be back to the Resident Evil corner. Daily headshots the undead
Their webs. Interesting.
Delirium by allowing Leon to actually wield a chainsaw to the Leon's actions are untemporary accuracy to a degree that left me giddy, and almost every major
All right. Now what?
He has the options. Yes, but I'm unfortunate enough that he cannot be right, which is every bit as satisfying as the simple switch between victory and defeat. There's no opposition on Leon's switch, and in addition to resurgence, whether it's on all the ultimate weapons of crossing down
You're real fast, you know that. Guess I got a squash. Haven't you had enough?
You gotta give me a version of Leon who can violently split skulls with a hatchet and do a I was watching this. 1442. Woke up. So, and do a lumbering little face impersonation with a chainsaw, and you're not. It automatically started.
That happens to me too, all the time.
Chainsaw, and you're not going to allow me to unleash even a storm chasing time attack mode. It's hoping you'll be patched in as a post-launch. Yeah, hopefully. Because I was like,
I didn't play it in the last. I got you play it because then he says something it doesn't happen.
Skip.
Stop playing.
In the gate. What to do?
As much as I love Leon, though, I do wonder if perhaps his section's become a bit too dominant once Requiem settles into a more action-oriented movie instead of
Whose
fun,
camp is
as the
this?
story moves beyond the grounds of Rose Hill and deep into what remains of Raccoon City. Let me be clear, Resident Evil 4 is my personal favourite installment in the series,
Of
so it
course it
certainly
is.
gave me impression that if they did a masterful build of military-grade arsenal and full-on spell-shadowing finishing moves as the series conquers the mutant murderer. But after playing almost exclusively as Leon through a roughly 5-hour stretch towards conclusion, I find myself yearning for a few more tastes of Grace's superbly nerve-shredding stealth sections as a more regular change-up from Leon's comparatively scared carnage. That desire was eventually gratified to some extent by a terrifyingly taut late-game tiptoe through a facility crawling with some truly menacing monsters returning from the series past. But given that the story ended soon afterwards, my overriding impression of Requiem that it was very much a game of two halves. The former predominantly a slow and steady scare-a-thon, and the latter largely a run and gun splatterfest. Woo! Right, I just wish for the sake of its pacing that they'd been blended together and touch more over the full course of the journey. Instead, Requiem is a bit like ordering a whiskey and coke, and it needs to be two separate glasses instead of being mixed into one. To be fair, Grace's absence from a significant stretch of Requiem is justified within the context of its story, and overall it's a tale that couldn't be harder than a zombie knows. God! I do! And the ambitions of its founder. God! Location, both fresh and familiar to puzzle and puzzle your way through, and plenty of vital notes to collect along the way. Some of these memos are crucial to understanding the intriguing mystery behind Grace's while others are just generally advanced about transportation. Like Requiem in one medical ring that was obviously sitting on top of her lungs. I got a good laugh out of uncovering a doctor's report that had diagnosed her with main character syndrome.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
There's also one particular location that Leon explores that I'm reluctant to support here. Ever since the T-Virus made its first outbreak on a black bottom CD, it was packed with fun Easter eggs that made it a real thrill to revisit. As someone who's been enjoying Resident Evil, the other location that Leon explores that I'm reluctant to support here. It's jam-packed with fun Easter eggs that made it a real thrill to revisit. As someone who's been enjoying Resident Evil adventures, and someone who's made its first outbreak on a black bottom CD. Like the result of and unleashes the story of Brutal Zombie alongside some truly immersive boss fights. Like of any meaningful side content, like the Mercenaries mode is a touch disappointing, and I do wonder if a slightly more
Bad news, Sherry. This place is overrun with zombies.
What? That's impossible. They should have all been wiped out by the missile.
Yeah, they should have.
Even so, for my first bullet riddle back hard. Even so, from my first trembling steps into its shadows, all the way to the tremendous Titan-sized takedown at its climax, Resident Evil Requiem kept me completely absorbed and consistently entertained, whether it was all innovation or amazing.
There should be a part for the detonator somewhere around here.
Check out videos on God War Sons of Sparta and everything else. Same idea. Alright.
Sherry, found the distributor. 2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
Relays over there, huh?
I did the same thing.
And,
That should be a fun trip.
sleep has been off lately, so I've been staying up late.
Mine too. Same here.
So I probably could start doing it 12. If I don't get tired, you never know, my body might recalculate, recalibrate. I might fall asleep at a normal time.
Another
But if
BSAA
I don't,
camp.
I'm gonna be up
It
playing
should have a signal
12,
receiver.
8. Damn! Timber! I may not be tall, but I have played every Resident Evil game. Well, mostly. I've played pretty much every unique Resident Evil game. I played them all back to back over the course of like a month and a half for the sake of tier listing every Resident Evil game in the franchise, getting prepared for Resident Evil Requiem, which I just now finished. So naturally the question on everyone's mind, Charles, how big can you smile? And now with that question answered,
Got the location for those
next,
parts.
you're probably wondering
Go and collect them now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
I'll look
And
into
after
the
having
BSAA
played
in the
through
meantime.
nearly every Resident Evil game ever made, I feel like I can confidently say I know them all. I feel like I know Resident Evil like Elon Musk knows ketamine. So when I say what I'm about to say here, just know, this means something, man. I think Resident Evil Requiem is a top 5 Resident Evil game.
It is.
I'm saying it. I'm putting it right there. I'm putting it out there in the open. Can't take it back. Can't put it back. It is an incredible game, actually. And what I find extremely impressive is that this franchise has been around for nearly 3 decades, and yet they are still able to make new games in this franchise that feel fresh and fun. Like, you would expect a franchise that has this many games, like 30-something unique games and like 100-something like ports and fucking Zebo shit and whatever else they have for Resident Evil, like Java games and all that. You would expect by now it to be beyond milk dry. Just no meat left on the bones, them titties, them melons vanquished, devoid of substance. Yet somehow Resident Evil managed still produce very high quality games. They had a very bumpy road there for a little while, like a rough patch around Resident Evil 6. Good heavens. Trust me, I know they really stuck it up there for a while. But once already stuck rolled around, that was literally the fucking cure for the T virus that was the Resident Evil 6 fucking plague that basically ruined the franchise there for a little while. 7 pioneered a new breath of life into the franchise, which was the first-person horror in its space. And then they built upon it. And Resident Evil Requiem marries that gameplay with the iconic, timeless classic gameplay of the action-oriented Resident Evil 4. It takes both of these elements, builds upon them, and makes something very special here with Requiem. You play as two characters, Grace Ashcroft, who actually is the daughter of a Outbreak police play. Outbreak, I think, was a very innovative title for its time. It was a very fun play, even though it was quite janky. And her gameplay is Resident Evil 7 style. It's very horror focused, it's slow
Or
paced,
8.
you're not shoots to the gills with ammo, you have to use stealth, you have to struggle, it's very intense. Then you also play as Leon in Requiem, and it's just like in RE4 where it is cheesy, over the top comedy. Smooth, slow back and forth. This is what from like horror over here to action horror so for some people that might be jarring and not super smooth and feel like, oh, I love it. Because I love Resident Evil 7 and I love Resident Evil 4. 7 is actually my second favorite Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 4 OG is my third favorite game. My first favorite is OG Resident Evil. There's not a whole lot of OG Resident Evil 3 DNA here outside of a little something at the end of the game. I won't spoil it. But anyway, I really think the game is great. I think the story is super strong too. I've seen some people criticize the writing, and I do get it in certain instances. You can say like, writing got a little wacky here and there, but I actually think it's really strong. And it's one of those things that didn't just rely on nostalgia baiting, like, here comes random characters in the franchise riding in on a fucking unicorn to save the day out of nowhere. And then, do you remember this? It's back, and do you remember that? Yeah, it's back too. But what about this? Do you remember this from old Resident Evil? Also back. And just like showing all these cameos and on its own two legs, and yes, there are some returning characters and some things that you can go through the game with humans, but they flow really well in the story that they're telling. The story revolves around two investigators and investigators. Both human human investigators. So the perspective of the investigator in general, Requiem, there's always it's all about Also, shout out to her voice actress. The voice actress that played Grace did an unbelievable job. The way she was able to portray the horror and the pain that you feel for this character was extremely realistic and I will admit there was a little off the mark and felt a bit off. Her performance was still able to sell to the point where it wasn't like jarring and make you go, ooh, yeah, that was trash. It's just more like, that was a little, that felt a little weird, but, the performance helps salvage some things. And that's across the board. Pretty much everyone and I think that, I think some people might be annoyed by her because she has like voice, and maybe some people might find her to be like maybe a little too timid or not confident enough for a Resident Evil game where you follow characters like fucking Leon eating a superhuman hand and hog, blowing zombies' heads off, fucking snipping their nipples off, beating them to death with them. Like she is very different as a protagonist compared to them. So she's not like the full protagonist, like I said, you split evenly with Leon. It is like a very even flip of great gameplay and Leon gameplay. It's very nice to feel like you get a ton of both. But anyway, what I'm saying is I think Grace is a good character. They do a good job with her. Now let's talk about the gameplay. Pretty much exactly what you're expecting. Playing Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake. You get that kind of gameplay. You get all of that in one package here. So when you're playing Grace, you're going to be using stealth. You're going to be needing to be more mindful of what encounters you take, going around using your ammo versus just going to use a little stealth kills, which aren't free, by the way. You can't get stealth tokens for free with Grace. You have to make something or a little bad and stab into them and they blow up like you just planted dynamite in their mind. So those cost resources. And the way that Grace crafts, I thought was very creative. You get a blood collector, you collect blood from killed enemies, or even sometimes like blood from enemies that have already previously killed. There's the of blood in the world, and you will fill up that blood, holder, that apparatus, and then you'll combine that with, an herb if you want to make some kind of heal. Combine it with, some scrap if you want to make ammo for your handgun, or if you want to make that, one-time stealth gem. So, her gameplay is very similar to what you
Which is what I'm using right now.
high octane, you kill hundreds of zombies. And there's a really cool changes they made to how you upgrade your weapons with Leon. So this time around, they reduced the weapons. So you get a tracker that when you kill a zombie, gives you credits on your phone that you get to spend to get ammo or upgrades to your weapon. So it incentivizes you to fucking annihilate everything that's around you. Including those survivors which is a really fun thing to do. It gives you plenty of resources to do it. It draws you a lot of money. So even though I think it's fun, again, if they're moving, like they don't need the same kind of character that I think they used to have. Like I remember playing the Resident 4 OG. You have to have be like, I'm fucking Team Red Flag. No, Red Flag for that. Imagine that with this game out front. They don't have like weird types of emblems or anything this time around. I don't think it's just like patched like 78, 78 or something like that. I could be wrong, but to me, it's not like the emblem. It's very standard. I think maybe the next gen might have a bit more of that. But it's not going to be for money, so I'm still fine with it. There's plenty of opportunities. In gameplay, I think it's great. I really like that new soundtrack with the back in the world. I was extremely happy. But typically in Resident Evil, you often have sometimes it boils down to me tapping, kicking, and then running by to conserve ammo. Here it's like, let's kick it and jump, or throw the gun and shoot someone on fire, and then shoot down the weapon. Which I think is very cool. I think it's very fun. Now, something else that's been kind of forced to Resident Evil identity is puzzles. Resident Evil games always have a lot of puzzles. It's not, like a single person or a lot of times. It's much more in line with like the standard scavenger hunt style game where go over here, grab this to take back to something you passed at the very beginning of the level, to open that door, just go in there, grab that, and put it over there. Which again is very Resident Evil. That's in every RPG, every game. But there's never really like any puzzles in this game. Think about it. There's only like I think trying to make it better remotely puzzles, but the solution is in a picture that's in the same room as the picture you see it. I guess it's not the biggest deal in the world, and maybe there's some people that even view that as a positive thing because it keeps the pacing like fucking cutthroat, like you're constantly stacking up with all the puzzles. But I don't know, it sounds like if you take that shit bringing it back and forth. But not the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that I think people will notice is absent. Another thing that I have like a small complaint on is there are a couple sections I think drag. The most notable one is a flashback sequence where you're playing as a child who's running and hiding from a lot of bad stuff that's going on around them. And it's like a cool sequence when it starts, but it goes on for quite a while, and there are times literally playing in one spot for like 2 straight minutes of nothing. So it feels like really slow, like unnecessarily
Send some
long
footage your
and
way,
drawn
Sherry.
out. And there's a couple of moments like that,
What
like a
the
couple of
hell?
quick go that feel
The guy
like
at the
okay,
end.
we've kind of been
Wait.
here long enough, so I really if anything
Yeah,
does
hold on.
does have moments
The
that
database is
are
coming up
there to
empty.
pad out.
So
And
there are
it's not
ghosts involved
that long of a game, and I know this
in
actually makes sense
Elvis,
for
too.
price because the price tag is $70. It's an expensive game. It has the big AAA buy-in points, but it's like 12 hours long. It took me about 12 hours. Total like active play time was 8 hours and something minutes. I played through on just standard modern, so it was pretty quick. I would also say this is the easiest Resident Evil game I've ever played. But again, it's about 12 hours long. And that was just me exploring a lot. I didn't just beeline everything. I read every fucking note. I found every single safe and opened every single one. We got the achievement for it. I went out of my way to find pretty much every charm and every bobblehead. Yeah, I guess I missed a couple bobbleheads somewhere. I don't know where. I spent a lot of time exploring. And because I got really engrossed in the game, which speaks volumes because of how much it was able to draw me in. But it is about 12 hours for $70, and a lot of people say that that's way too short to justify that purchase. And I can understand that because $70 is expensive. That's a very expensive game. But I think this is 12 very, very solid hours. This does not have anything that any huge blemishes. Like it doesn't fall off a cliff anywhere along the way. Like notably with Resident Evil 7, the whole boat section everyone hates, myself included. That section is by far the weakest, unfortunately. But like, it doesn't have anything like that. This is 12 extremely solid, extremely fun hours. So for me, the $70 felt worth it. That felt fine to me. But for someone else, maybe 12 hours really isn't enough. The replayability on this doesn't seem to be super huge. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of replayability outside going back and doing like side missions. So I don't know how many hours you can squeeze out of it for $70, but I personally feel like it was 12 extremely strong hours. It was a fucking beater from start to finish. So I thought it was a fine price tag for the experience I got. And the experience I got, apparently I got something nobody else in the world did. For some reason, I had a very weird bug where occasionally the game would stutter during a cutscene and then the audio would desync. So the cutscene would stutter, the audio would lag like 2 or 3 seconds behind. So you would be seeing the cutscene play out completely silent until the audio caught up to it. So everything would desync from time to time. And the only way I could fix that was by restarting the game. And even when I like updated drivers, restarted my computer and everything in between screens, it still persisted. But apparently it's a bug that didn't happen to anybody else, and I can't even find anyone talking about that bug. So it seems like something that only happened to me for some reason. I don't really get why. So I guess I can't hold it against the game as like a bug that's native to it, when someone else out there is reporting it happening to them. So I can only speak to my experience. It was extremely annoying. That shit like would ruin cutscenes. It happened to me in the final cutscene, and I literally just restarted it, redid the boss fight, and just because I wasn't going to let it ruin the finale. It was a very annoying bug. I couldn't fix it outside of just restarting the game. So I don't think it is a bug. You'll find something I wanted to make sure because that is by far the biggest hit I got. It looks like it's probably my fault. There is also one other complaint I have, but it's a big spoiler. This is your big spoiler warning. Big spoiler warning. All right, now this is one of the things I would talk about when it comes to being like writing decisions that I think were a little. There is a very cool new character they introduced named Tito, and he is a Western
Gotta feel.
and he is super fucking badass. He is positioned for half the game as like the big bad, like this guy is serious business. And when you get to the end of the game, it's looking like you're about to have a huge fight with Zeno, and then he just
What's up?
gets one tap by Victor. Like just instant killed by Victor. You don't fight Zeno. He just instantly gets his cheeks crushed. You can't fight Zeno. He's a
Spoiler alert
he's
if you choose the
literally a
good
fraud.
ending.
Let me guess. You must be a town lumberjack.
If you choose the good ending by releasing Opus.
Don't mind if I do.
Our initial thoughts of Resident Evil 9 Requiem after our first playthrough. So everything is still pretty fresh, but we had some time to think about it and kind of write some notes down. And this will be spoiler free, so no need to worry about deep story bits or character bits. We're just talking about the game in a non-spoiler way, so we can kind of give our initial thoughts of the game. So yeah, that's why this wanted to be a little bit shorter in length, because we're just trying to talk about this in a more like basic structure, because we aren't trying to get so far into it. But it was overall, for myself and John, we did our first playthrough that we should be at
All right.
by tomorrow, and that's all getting ready. You'll see our first reactions to everything and all that stuff. It was a very fun experience.
Yeah, and if you watch the first reaction playthrough, you know that we were a bit screaming tired because of outside of our control things that were happening in the background.
Yes.
So it might seem like we're dead inside. It might seem like we're not enjoying it until certain parts. But me and I think I speak for both of us because we had a conversation afterwards. You know, you're just tired of screaming.
Agreed. I think
It's
that's a
such
great
a good
ride.
ride.
Yeah, such a good ride, and then like peeling back the layers each chapter, just seeing what's behind every door, literally. There's just so much to take in, and I think the fact that we did it the way we did it, even though we got it really late in the AM, and then we took a little break, came back, and just got it done. But we took our time. You know,
Yeah.
maybe only missed like 5 or 6 files.
We missed 6 files, and I think 3 or 4 misdirected.
Yeah, so this game is layered. There's, you know, it took us about 12 and a half hours, 17 hours in real time. That's with retries and reloads and stuff like that, because we had to, redo some sections and stuff like that. We played on Standard Classic, which is essentially the hardcore mode of this game in a way, because you use increments to save the grace. Leon uses auto saving. But let's get right into it, man. Let's get into the gameplay, the nitty gritty of the gameplay, the dynamic between horror and action.
Just one more thing before we get there. Before we start talking about the details, you'll go first, and then I'll follow. I do want to say, I want to preface it right here. This is our initial thoughts of the base game. That means if DLC content comes out, or if updates come out, or if anything like that, this shouldn't be said, but don't be said because we still get comments sometimes being like, wait for the DLC and your opinion may change. No shit, right? This is just for the base experience, base game, not deluxe content. We don't even have the deluxe content. So we don't have any of the extra stuff in the deluxe edition. This is just the base game. DLC opinions and our final opinion pending. And that video will come out. So once the DLC is announced, if there is DLC even,
Well, that's the thing too. We're talking about this as if it is. I mean, they typically do, but it might be another 6 to 8 months. So we still have to give our thoughts on what this game is as it stands.
Exactly. So we're going to do this. We're going to do the review show. And then the very final verdict is probably what we'll call it. The Requiem final verdict. That final show won't be until the when it's gold edition and all that.
Yeah.
So with that being said, let's jump right into it.
Let's get into the gameplay, the different dynamics between horror and action were talked about leading up to this, with Grace being the Resident Evil 2 RE7 kind of slower burn horror, and Leon being the more RE4 remake action, if not even more action, in this version of Leon, I guess, seeing this. I thought the gameplay back and forth between these two characters and the sections that they were given was very well done. I think I enjoyed having this blend of going back and forth between the characters. I didn't mind it. There was like a little bit where I'm like, okay, maybe some sections could have picked fine off the other sections a little bit better with pacing, but it wasn't an overall issue for me. The gameplay itself, the crafting system with Grace, the different weapons you get with Grace, the minimalistic approach, I did enjoy going back to that in a mainline mission, and then having that, they talked about the tension and the release between going to Grace and going to Leon and taking out enemies a lot more efficiently. I think that the Leon sections were also very well done. The gunplay was awesome. The gun rating was awesome. The melee attacks, the hatchet, the tomahawk, whatever you want to call it. It was just a fun way to experience this game. I think some people might prefer one character over the other, or having it in two different scenarios, depending on how you feel about it. But I think that I was looking forward to each gameplay section. When I went to a character, and I was like, man, I was
the jumping between characters.
So I think that it really feels like the greatest expression of Resident Evil. It feels like 5, it feels like 4, it feels like 6 even.
Right.
Absolutely. This won't make sense until you play it. It feels a little bit like Operation Raccoon City. And with all of that in mind, with all of that being put together, it shouldn't work, but it does. And I think that's really impressive. I also, like you, I agree with 95% of what you said. The one thing I will say for me is some of the gameplay mechanics did feel a little overpromised. I never felt when we were switching characters that what I did with one character impacted the other character at all.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't like, instead of just like, oh, there's a thing that Leon can only
There's a
open.
barrel or something.
There's a barrel, but it wasn't really like, the enemies obviously that you leave behind, you have to fight with the other character if you don't take care of them, sure, but they didn't really impact each other's story, or sorry, not story, but they didn't impact each other's gameplay elements that much. I do agree with that.
I never remember a time where there was a barrel that I didn't shoot and then Leon shoots. And some of that stuff was talked about
Leading into this.
in the gameplay breakdowns and stuff like that. So, the showcase. That is something I think that they could have improved upon a little bit. There are some gameplay mechanics that are just, with time, I'll know how I'm feeling. But initially off the bat, or finisher, I have no idea how to do it. I'm totally irrelevant. We got a couple things, and I remember after about maybe a third of the way through the game, I don't think we saw another one.
And you're talking about like the quick shot.
Yeah, the quick shot where yeah.
He shoots underneath the thing. Like,
We never got the shotgun thing.
never got the shot in the mouth, no.
No, none of that stuff. And I almost feel like,
But granted, this is off of one
playthrough. I almost feel like that stuff will become more apparent and more easier to trigger in New Game Plus, or when you understand how it works. Like maybe you're supposed to not aim and you just push the shoot button when you're close to them and they're low on health. That could be how it's fight from a distance, do the very Resident Evil thing, and then move into melee. So maybe
That's what I usually do.
but we never got the Russian assassination. We never got the we got the pistol assassination. No, I actually pulled it off in the street at the beginning of the game, and I never saw it after that. We got the chainsaw assassination.
Yes.
We got that a couple times as well. So it's like we didn't really get that at a part in Raccoon City. It felt really good. Yeah, one thing that I will say, I love the enemy variety. The enemy variety in this game is not so plentiful that it would be anything I think to write home about, but there is enough unique engagement in the game to keep you entertained.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it.
I love the zombie personalities. I love the different versions of zombies that we got. I love, just all the layers of game, and just like, they really fit the vibe with this game, with the enemies, and I definitely like the enemies in this over 7 and 8, I would say. Over the Golden enemies, this is my favorite in recent years that they on Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
As far as enemies, like absolutely. Boss fights, everything.
And with Grace specifically, so I want to go over some stuff basically on what I've done, and then we'll move on. For Grace specifically, her upgrade system is interesting, but I also upgrade it to parlor, not spoiler, they talk about it in the trailer and stuff. So the parlor is your upgrade.
Leon, do you still think about what happened there?
The parlor
Every day.
It kind of just disappeared after
really just the first third of the game. don't have an upgrade system for Grace after the first
I was
part of
just
the
a
game.
kid.
Yeah, it's literally just started
Scared.
like that.
Don't do it.
Confused. I imagine Grace must feel the same right
That's
now.
great. That's how Grace is
That's it.
for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, they did kind of treat
This
it
isn't the time.
like, I
We
don't
need to
remember,
focus.
and this could be something because we did get all of the coins. So this could be something that we have to like look at and see, but I never saw a spot in Grace's gameplay later on where she could purchase them still, and they're also inheritance points after
Yeah.
5%. So that felt a little bit strange, similar to Leon, where Leon cannot upgrade anything until after the Chronic Care Set. So it's like you're upgrading Grace in the first third of the game, and then Leon is in the second few thirds of the game.
Yeah.
And that felt a little strange. And craft some upgrades as well with Grace again. So you can upgrade yourself. You don't have to use the NT points. And that it harkens back to when I said it feels like the greatest hits. It feels like you get a little taste of everything that worked. A 7 upgrade system was fine. You get a taste of everything that worked throughout the course of the history of the series, but you don't get anything really through the entire game, except for Leon's inheritance.
Yeah, and some stuff kind of opens up as you get through, and then you're like, why is this now like a feature that's kind of wasn't here the whole time? There's little things like that, but I guess the whole greatest hits thing is kind of accurate because you're getting that slower kind of you have to find your weapon parts, you find this, you find that. With Grace and then Leon, it's like it just in the care center they kind of kept it more contained, and then after that section it kind of opens up a little bit for Leon specifically. And then Grace's upgrade kind of just forgotten about, But yeah, I think at least you could see the difference in the power when you upgrade, and there is a difference in that, so that's good at least for both characters.
Yeah, and I'm not retreading any ground Anthony already talked about this, so you guys know. I do agree, it's fun. Leon sections are way more fun. They're so much more fun.
I still like Grace sections.
But the Grace sections are still fun.
Yeah.
It's not that Leon's sections are fun because I'm finally excited to get out of Grace's. I actually, like you said, enjoyed both of them through the course. I didn't have any problem with that. Last thing about keeping playing, I think I will say, is please reduce the camera wobble if you're going to play the game. The first person is extremely disorienting at first, but if you reduce the camera wobble to 5, it feels like 7 in Village where like you don't get dizzy.
Yeah, it feels
And I don't get dizzy.
Right.
Like I can play VR and be fine. I really don't experience those things. Something about the camera shake got me.
Yeah, the default settings for camera shake are very odd. Now we did play in the recommended settings, which is first person with Grace and third person with Leon for our first playthrough. You guys will see that in the video link uploaded, but I thought they also did that very well. Besides what you just said, adjusting settings. Yeah. I like the first person. I like the first person.
I love them both.
They feel great. We're obviously going to play this game a few more times and mess around with the perspectives for each characters, but they did a fantastic job with the seamless switching. This is the best it's ever felt, the best they've ever done it, and keep doing it going forward, I think.
Yeah, I do too. There was one issue that we should address.
Oh, the clicking animations, right?
The quick animations. Yeah, I was gonna go more clean feet. I'm not gonna hustle. Disorientation when you're in first person and you get grabbed, and then like the camera goes to third person and then back to first person, and you're all turned around. This happened to Anthony quite a few times.
Yeah, it did.
When we were trying to rush Anthony, we were low on resources or whatever. Anthony would get grabbed. This happened to me. I remember at one specific point. Completely and I couldn't say anything because I didn't know he was running the line. We both thought we were running the right direction. So just be conscious of that if you are playing in first person, or you know, that's probably going to be the best way. If you're at the harder game, those are great because those are like first playthroughs. I will play it in first person all the way and third person all the way, but I have a feeling I'm going to play it third person all the way if not. Revisits in the future.
Agreed, but that's kind of our preferred. Besides like OG old school with samurai rifles, we usually prefer over the shoulder third person on this channel. Now, we did play it on a PS5, and great. There was some frame dips later in the game, but it was nothing that was too distracting. And
Those are really good what you want.
yeah,
We were coming out of it with lower country, and then we were walking into a giant area of business, and for whatever reason, not on these repeats, not on the first time, not on the second,
Ooh, I want that Switch for Xbox. I mean for Steam.
it dropped.
I mean for fucking
yeah, but it stayed very
uh
interesting the whole time, and obviously,
Technology Ally.
pro, enjoy it because everyone's great. So there's a place here with the performance. I just want to throw that in before we move on.
Good job.
Yeah.
For gameplay. Now, moving on to, let's talk about the plot things. Okay. So for me, I feel like this plot is a good closure of the Raccoon City story. However, it will be remains to be seen if it's actually good. Because, you know, like these RE Engine games have always had, there is a post-credit scene that kind of leads into some other things. Whether or not Raccoon City and Umbrella and all these things that you know, they've been building up the hype for, this is the final chapter, this is the requiem for those who died. Whether that is going to stick the landing, it remains to be seen. But feels like a good setup. It also feels like while one chapter closes, like I said, another chapter opens, and I'm excited to see where they're going to go. I'm not going to hint at anything, but the story does have some pacing issues. This is also a gameplay thing as well, but it's mostly in the plot because some of Leon's sections are very short, and then you do a lot more in them, but they go by faster because Leon is just
Gets their shit back.
destroying shit. Yeah. And then Grace is really slow, and you're overpowered. It feels like Grace sections are so much longer than the Leon
One of the
sections
parts should be just up
because
here.
Leon is just, not all of them, but Leon is just flipping and dipping, right? So he's our veteran. And in some ways, I feel like it's poetic. I feel like, you know, Leon wouldn't be jumping in above the man on a mission. So I don't necessarily like it, but it does leave a little bit of a gap where that went by quick. Quicker than it's supposed to. We spent 12 hours total time playing the game while we could. Because I think the game is probably not far touching depth, and I don't think it's so while the whole place is and sometimes getting them
maybe inserted in a different order, I guess. If that makes sense. I don't want to get too specific, but they could have kept ping-ponged off of each other a little bit better.
I will say this. This is the first Resident Evil game since RE4 I was not expecting. I dread to play.
I can't say anything felt like I didn't want to be back here. I really can't. It just felt like refreshing.
Going through the history,
Oh, yeah.
every time I get there. Now I'm really into Team Series.
Yeah. There's some sections in RE Games Pass that feel like a chore. That is for damn sure. Unless I go back and play it a few more times and I feel a certain way about a certain section, like it seems like everything that I explored in the first playthrough, I can go back and see it again and see that difference between Grace and Leon again, and the areas they explored.
I agree.
But yeah, as far as the plot for me, I mean, I just want to say, yeah, I think I think we'll get into this era of that go back and change that again, or they different sequels, but I think they really did a good job of tying this stuff in. This is very more heavy as well, and attention to detail has been pretty good so far, because we saw with the problems with the graphics and stuff we were reading. So I think they did the best they could have done. With like a lot. And so I think that's something not a big mistake here, that we really are getting every little chunk of Resident Evil that we've gotten in the past with a pleasure.
Found the signal
But it's
receiver.
not
Or at least
overstaying its welcome.
what's left of it.
Moving the story
Okay,
along,
one component left.
there's just certain things,
By the way,
that I feel like
I found some evidence of the
pent kind of articulated better, but there's some stuff that they could have tweaked here and
Begun
there.
putting pressure on the
A
PSAA.
little less
It appears the North American branch has been moving
but we're not going to get too
independently.
into that here.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance. Looks like my fan base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
Which already does a lot sometimes.
Which Resident Evil is known for and does a lot, which is why it's the last possible thing on my list for plot. Like, it's just one of those things where it seems to want to look a little bit more in the story department as far as the minor things.
Some things towards the end felt a little rushed. A little rushed. And that's that, like, as far as like that's what I'm saying, moving the plot along, it was moving fine, and then there's certain stuff you're just like, man, they could have spent a little bit longer with that.
There is a character in this game that does the dreaded RE thing of basically being in the story. I don't want to say for no reason, but there is a character in this game that is clearly the worst character. Conceptually, but the execution wise.
When you pull back and look at it.
Pull back and look at everything that you were presented with. There is a character that's just like, they did that, really? That's really cool. But then you get to a part of the game and you're like, really? Yeah, that's so underwhelming. So that'll be more to look forward to for our spoiler.
Yes, that'll be important.
We'll go in way more detail. By no means am I saying I was disappointed with the game at all.
No.
It's more of a, man, that would have been such a cool opportunity that they just kind of, didn't explore for pending DLC. Because there's always a chance DLC will do something like that, like the spoilers.
Yeah.
We'll move to characters next. All I have to say about this is the acting was fantastic. Fantastic. This is, we said RE4 remake was the best one. This might even be better. The characters are great. Grace and Leon are great. Emily is great. Victor is really cool. He's a great villain. He reminds me, he has an edge. He's not a full-on like inspired character probably from this, but he has just enough of Heath Ledger's portrayal of Joker. I see it in him, and like you, obviously there's parallels with Buffalo Bill and other things like that,
Right.
but he's such a unique villain. I really like that he kind of was a villain that they've never had before.
Yeah, and he just felt like, it didn't really feel forgettable at all. He had a really cool
Very,
presence.
very.
I think that in the way that they tied in with the story, it just didn't feel like, why are you here? This makes no sense. It just made sense. And I think Grace and Leon's, chemistry as they got to kind of know why each other were there, and I feel like that improved as the game went on. Because at first I was just like, man, they don't know each other. How are they really going to interact? You only saw it from, the preview or the breakdown of the game. But as it went on, you really cared more about her. You obviously knew about Alyssa going into this game, but they really made you feel for her. The actress was fantastic.
Yeah.
Leon, obviously, played by Nick Apostoli, fantastic job. And I'm not sure who did Victor's voice, but again, fantastic job. Just
Same guy who
everybody,
did
even
Westworld.
little side characters, just they brought their all. So I really enjoyed all that stuff. The motion capture was fantastic. Again, visually, it's fantastic. It's so good to see a new character that is just it just feels like it hinges this new character. And then Leon does not take away the spotlight from it. It is a really good balance. You care about why each character is, and it really makes you feel for these characters as they're going through this. It's a dark story. It's a dark and really messed up story.
I will say that
And I'll say messed up as in it's just like it's kind of twisted.
Yeah.
You kind of find a lot of stuff out that you're like, fuck, this is a dark game.
Yeah. I will add to that, and my final point for this is just like I did feel like they put a lot more effort into Leon's ailment and the story about Leon dealing with his struggles when it comes to his own mortality, his own, personal vendetta against losing people and the viruses
Really
and
feel the
dying
years
here and stuff.
he was weighing on his shoulders.
Really feel like it's a grizzled veteran who's just stricken. And with Grace, I feel like her story in some ways feels like it did kind of take the back burner.
You think it got sidelined a little bit towards. I
A
feel like if
little
anything,
bit.
maybe
A
towards the
little bit.
halfway
Towards
point,
the halfway
it
point.
got a little sidelined.
Where I just feel like they needed a little bit more. And I'll tell you what, my last point here for story would have solved it. And that is, I feel like, spoiler characters I can't talk about, and Victor Gideon just needed more screen time. And this would have solved a lot of it. You'll understand what I mean when you play the game. But it's just one of those things where the Ari engine in particular, the remake engine, which is not reach for the moon, but Re engine usually. It almost feels like that's a more has this problem. All of the games basically suffer. RE2, RE3, RE4 remake, they all suffer from screen time. RE Village and 7 struggle from screen time. Biggest characters for me, just to call each one of them out. Resident Evil 7 struggles with Zoe. Resident Evil Village struggles with Miranda. Resident Evil 2 Remake struggles with Birkin. Resident Evil 3 Remake struggles mostly with Nemesis. There's not enough screen time with the different forms and stuff, and even though he's always on you, you kind of really struggle with that. And Jill to a certain extent, being able to go to different places, but Nemesis just stands out there for me. Now, RE3 and RE4 are the ones that struggle the least with this, but RE4 struggles with Sadler. Sadler really needed a little bit more screen time to be perfect. He's not bad, he's perfect. And then this game struggles with Victor and spoiler character that I can't talk about. So I wish there was a little bit more screen time. And I think this could have fixed it a lot if they just gave them more screen time.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's bad, especially because I expected to see some of them a little bit more, the villain rather, just more on the back end. Like the halfway point, there's a certain things that I feel like they just forgot about or forgot to show for longer periods of time. Like that's like you said, that screen time for Victor Gideon, just kind of like at the halfway point, it's just like why does it fizzle away?
And the other issue is the files. And the issue we talked about earlier with the plot is just I feel like they need to explain more. And that's my takeaway. The plot is great, everything that's presented is great. I do enjoy everything about it. Very, very engaging, very interesting.
I think the files are good.
Files are really well done. We just needed more. Yeah, just a little bit more. Now granted, we missed 6 files. I don't think 6 would answer all my questions.
Sure.
But we could have missed some things that I really wanted to see, like Victor's diary, something like that. We didn't pick anything up really like that. We had his journals and his notes or whatever, but we didn't pick up anything that really went into his history or where he got his start or anything like that. Yeah, so that's all I got for really plot and characters and gameplay. Let me ask you this. Let's move on to soundtrack and sound design.
The soundtrack and sound design is just fan fucking tastic. So played with headphones on. I love the dynamic between Grace and Leon and the songs that we play in those sections. And Leon definitely has a more amped up industrial, bassy, kind of vibe with his music. And again, it fits that dark aesthetic that you really feel when you're playing as Leon. Grace, again, same thing. Like really good, more haunting melodies. The Saban theme's awesome. The shop theme's awesome. I think there's like a few different things that I feel like there could have been more. I guess like not like when there was like ambient sound in the tracks, but like I didn't really find that like wrong with the soundtrack. With the sound, if anything, the sound design was just superb. I mean, the fact that you can hear the cries of the zombies, the moans of the zombies, the different enemies spawning, the dialogue, like all that was just very well done. They always, the soundtrack is definitely better than I feel than 7 and 8 wise. This one takes the cake
better than 6 and 5 as well.
Yeah, I mean there was a lot of I do like some tracks in 5.
Every soundtrack is good songs, for sure.
I think this has been the best soundtrack in such a long time for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, this soundtrack actually gives RE4 a run for its money. I really like RE4 soundtrack, but this one might actually be better.
There's definitely a lot of tracks where I'm like, man, I got to go back and listen to the soundtrack and just find those songs because I really do enjoy what I heard from when I first played the reception.
It also has a lyrical song in it
at the end credits.
At the end credits, that I think is the best lyrical song they've done
in the RE engine or
RE engine. Okay. Well, I don't. Have they done one before RE engine?
Probably not. Yeah, that's a good point. Probably because they did the RE. Yeah, the RE7 Augur. Yeah, everyone had some lyrical song, whether it was Helen Brody or what was the RE2 remake one? It was
called. Oh man.
It was the one that played with all. Yeah.
Don't blow it away or whatever.
Yeah. It plays in the Jeep.
I hate that song. Big fan.
Something about the knife.
There's better soundtracks that have
Never look
obviously
back. Never look back.
that we've gotten in the past for RE, so that's why we have such a high standard for some of the soundtrack stuff. But this really met expectations. So
We got the gas.
I really enjoyed the soundtrack and the soundtrack. So no complaints
Shut up,
there.
Lindsay.
Music, phenomenal soundtrack. Again, way too many tracks I can go on this. On the Capcom, on the Resident Evil YouTube page, they upload the short version of the starting credits, and they show a cover art for another. Definitely on the line.
Yeah, those records,
original line.
So I guess we go overall.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
Well, before we go to overall, let's talk about one more thing. Everybody wants to know. We can't talk about all the areas, obviously, because there's some spoilers that go there. But in general, how did you feel returning to Raccoon City? Did you feel like it was handled well?
I feel like it was handled very well. I think as far as the world around this game, you got your Chronic Care Center, and then you got Raccoon City. Raccoon City is the best part of this game. The Chronic Care Center is very well done. I did not hate going through it. I love seeing a new facility like this that's relatively close to Raccoon City, like we predicted. But Raccoon City stole the show. My favorite section of the game. I can't wait to go back there on my other playthrough, just because I just loved what I saw. I love how they did it. I love the pacing in Raccoon City, because we didn't know how much of it was going to be in Raccoon City, and I don't think I'm stepping over toes here. It really
The
is
first encounter
fifty-fifty.
zones.
It's really 50 Chronic Care Center, 50
The
Raccoon City. That
I
with
know what you're
no
talking about. I
surprises
just don't.
coming out. I don't think that.
No, I don't think it's that bad. Because like RE2 remake, for example, you have Raccoon City, but it's like it really is. It's Chronic Care Center and then Raccoon City. Because if you're gonna go specific, right? Like RE2 remake, you have the RPG.
And there's layers to each section. Don't get me wrong.
You have the sewers.
Yeah.
You have the rats. The third area. It has an entity not what we would call Raccoon City, but it's in there. And get out of here with your fucking. So I really took it as a extension for and they finished it. In fact, they don't typically use them. They don't. And that was also a thing we talked about playing before we were it hasn't been excellent. Sometimes they don't do that. But yeah, I think the Chronic Care Center and RC, I love both of them. I love how they're built around this game. I can't wait to go back. Let's bring it on home. What are your overall thoughts? Or if you feel like you've already played all of it, what is your verdict on the game?
I think Resident Evil 9 Requiem is well worth the wait. I think Capcom did a fantastic job with this game. They've been hitting it out of the park all
Oh,
iterating of this, just in general. And I think that as a long-time fan like you both are of Resident Evil 8, it really did feel like returning it all to the days. And the callbacks were fantastic. The connections were fantastic. To
All right,
the
I can use
original
that.
movies and the remake. The dynamic it just felt like you actually in a Resident Evil like I did with RE6, where there was too much going on. There is ridiculous action moments like Miss Diggle and Lucy trying to crack up and killing code, but in a good way, in a good Resident Evil balanced
It
way.
feels like sometimes the game feels like it's been fixed. Like Resident Evil 6. But if it was done if it was done correctly.
Wasn't too big for its own good, right? This felt like it moved the plot along. I love the characters, I love the enemies, I love the gameplay elements. Overall verdict, I'm thrilled with number ratings.
I'm gonna give a letter.
Okay, I would stand firm on this. 9 out of 10.
Okay.
It was fantastic. Fantastic.
So for me, well worth the wait. I'm gonna parrot everything you just said without wasting time and just go right into it. I still have a couple questions. I still have a little bit to be desired. I want to see if the DLC comes out, but as the game stands right now, on a first playthrough, initial impression slash review, spoiler free, I am going to give this game a B.
The big, okay.
So, I would say if I had to put a number on it, it would be an 8.5 out of 10. Okay. So, that's rounding to the 5. Right. Only rounding down to number 1.
Right.
So I would say overall score, I give it like 88, 89. Okay. I don't think it's quite there enough to be a 90, but that has nothing to do with the product that you get. It just has everything to do with some strange gameplay design choices, such as the upgrading system and some of the narrative things that feel like could have been fleshed out a little bit better. But I am I want people to no, I am a very harsh reviewer.
The Ari stuff very seriously, so we're going to be very, we're going to tell it like it is, and we're going to be very thorough and strict with how we kind of present our
Exactly. And to provide context before someone says, oh my god, John hated it, and blah, 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 blah. A 5 is the average. I don't perfectly
Damn it.
7 like so anything after RE4 original is a 100. That is literally nothing about that game. RE2 original is 100, right? RE4 original is 100. Nothing about that game is RE2 original is like 100, right? Well, the cheap can say like perfect.
yeah, I think that's a good kind of like sum up of how we feel with our first one.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. I don't work with assuming there's deals, this game could very well be a game. Perfect. We're right
Yeah, I think we'll get into more details in the podcast and all that stuff after we have more of the initial playthrough that we did off camera.
Yeah, and I think this is also important now. Obviously, I think it's changed my opinion on 7 has changed over the years. My opinion on the remake got a little worse as well. For sure.
Yeah,
however,
right now,
yeah, so whether that's going to go up or down, whatever it is, it's a lot of fun now, and I don't mind it, so I figured it out from zero.
Yeah, we were talking about it.
Okay, let's find those detonator parts.
Like I think this is just like
Definitively, I think this is better than my life.
yeah, I mean this again being a 9 out of 10 for me, like it's just a very it's so good, guys. And
Picked up the relay.
I just really
Great job.
like
Now to get through that gate.
coming off
Yeah,
7 and 8.
just gotta figure out how to get down from here first.
Right? Like I like 7 over 8 now, but like this is my favorite out of 7, 8, 9 in a row. I would put 9, then 7, and 8 in that order.
Is this your favorite Resident Evil since Resident Evil 5?
In the main line, yes.
Yeah, not including
Not including remakes or spin-offs, yes. I would
my
say
favorite
since 5. Okay. Yeah, so that just gives you guys out there, everyone listening, kind of where when we're talking mainline, that's why I hold it such high regard.
That'll get me down.
That's it, man. I do really enjoy this game, and again, like I said, there is those little bits that I'm like, okay, they could have did that better, but that's why it's not 10 out of 10 for me. But that's
by the way, this being my favorite game since 4, I just want to put it in perspective. That was 20 years ago. It's a long time. 20 fucking years since Whitehead. That this game is better than every game in the last 20 years. Except for remakes. There's a couple of remakes I put above. But
that just gives you guys an idea of where we sit, right? Peace and valid and how we and that's a brand new Resident
my favorite video games of all time. And it looks great. They did a really good job. This game runs good.
Now for
Even on the Switch too.
the other side.
I was kind of surprised to see. So I'm really looking forward to playing this game. And it looks like I'm not the only one. It actually looks like the game is physically selling out everywhere. Now you'll be, if you want physical copies, really sold out. I've seen people posting about it. I've seen people in here. Sometimes so I don't know if it's I haven't looked at any of their reviews. I've mostly been watching what I think everybody because their people actually get somewhat of a real take on it. But yeah, the gamers
Hopefully
themselves
this thing still works.
so I'll tell you, it's selling out everywhere. They're doing good. And here's this other post, entirely sold out online.
Now what? You'll have to take the next one. Over a girl. And I think that that's shocking. Game journalists, they're not the only one. The Gamer, a bunch of other sites have been doing this, are all overly. And I think that that's shocking. The problem is, it's hypocritical because they don't think it's fine if you are booting over a girl. A lot of people are calling censorship on this game. I haven't seen that. It mostly just seems like video game outlets. But then also, they'll do it because they want sex. Come out and melt them down. This is my lucky day.
Celebrate. Soul Calvin, as in this old article, Soul Calvin is objectified because it felt like a relic of the past. 3 by 5, ridiculous press.
I like that shit.
Who did that? It almost reminds me of 40-year version. Remember when he's sitting at the table and he's like,
That took longer than
you touch
planned.
a woman's food and you're
Luckily, I
like a
found a
bag of
bike.
sand. Did
Should
these
make
people
up for
think that
lost time.
breasts don't move?
Great. You'll need it.
I don't
It's
really
15 miles to
understand
the city
like
center on
what
the
they think
419.
boobs are. And some of this is by women, actual women that write these. And it's like, do you not understand? Like, what do you want? Like, why are you so mad about boobs moving? It's such a weird thing to get upset about, but they are mad about this shit. And after years of attacking men for objectifying women, they objectify Liam, call him a hot uncle. He's like 50 something. It's taking place in real time. It's like 30 years after I think the last time we saw Liam.
What's he saying?
So, like I said, I'm excited, but Kotaku Leon Kennedy article sparks backlash. In the piece, Shepard did not mince words about his reaction to Leon's updated look, writing, "Oh, it's a gay guy." Okay. So, gay guy getting excited about a dude. This is the thing. IGN has been going crazy about God of War's, the God of War remake and the sex scenes. They said, we can't have those. But then they get excited about having sex with a girl.
All right, should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes.
But if it's a sexy character,
This stage just keeps getting better and better. These pups could use more training.
I don't like the fact that the gay shit.
So much for the directory.
If I was a woman, yeah. I mean, the women can do it fine, but the guys, the women doing it fine, the guys, they're doing it too much. It's like, they're not going to make them feel like they do themselves. God damn, you gotta be so explicit with like yourself. You know, except for the game in general, I like it. Fucking cold. That's your paycheck. I know you like that. I'm shooting too straight up in the ass.
The cat. Seriously. I don't give up that easy.
He's riding up the building. He's riding straight up this building. I know it's kind of tilted sideways, but still, you're going up the building. Yeah, he went up the building right. Oh, this motherfucker just straight up went. It's because it's doing too much.
But not a lot of games too. There's been so many flops. We're in the Concordian
I
timeline
don't
right
think
now.
anybody cares about. Like, it's okay to like the character, but
For years, and still to
man,
this day, these video game developers have done nothing but listen to these.
I mean, I don't make a big deal, but I like it when they look nice. Maybe when I was younger, I didn't really like it because I thought, you shouldn't objectify women. But as I got older, I was just like, F it. Like the grapes. Well, I'm gonna be good from Chris' perspective, but it's your sexuality.
So this Japanese game right here, y'all should know. Capcom's been hit or miss. Even still in this game, they did some things. I have to point out that they went out of their way to try. They had a bunch of women do the best so that they could make Leon.
Can't believe it's still standing.
But God forbid if they had said they had a bunch of men trying to make the women as appealing to men. All these outlets would be trying to cancel them. So, that's at the bottom line. That's what I want. I would really just love a great Resident Evil game. It looks like we're gonna get it. So at the end of the day, man, I'm excited to jump back into Requiem. How about you? Let me know in the comments. Also, please like, subscribe, share the video, hit that notification bell. We'll see you on the next one.
The year is 1945. World War II rages from the halls of Buckingham Palace to the shores of the Nile River. Even now, the clash between freedom and tyranny is about to boil over. Somewhere in North Africa, two American flyboys
Hey, Lieutenant
soaring
Brennan.
high on a reconnaissance
Kennedy.
mission,
Reporting for duty.
searching for clues with peculiar new obsession with the occult, including the Nazi Iron Man.
Rest easy, officer.
Well, guys, I hope you all are having a great day today. Just full of so much positivity and happiness, because I am in rare form today. I am actually going to be producing